Hello. Hello, stream. This is kind of unexpected, but wanted to host a little stream. Hey Java, how's it going, man? Good to see you. So we're gonna do some petitions, maybe give away some alpha keys, answer questions. So yeah, anyone who has any questions, feel free to fire them my way. Hey Prodigal Ghost, how's it going, man? Oh, Breck, good to see you. Alright, what are we doing here? Let me get my 3 clients up. I think I'm gonna do an announcement in game about the stream just so people can get their questions answered and whatnot. Haven't streamed in a long time. Not used to this anymore. I feel so out of place. No more Gimpson! No, you are not dreaming. It is I. I decided to throw up the stream tonight, so, yeah. Waiting for your day to end and go home? Yeah, I feel it, man. Is this your first stream in years? Yes. I think the last time I streamed was like 2022. When this game was literally capsule people. So. Lorraine, hey, how's it going? Oh, so we got some sound duplication going on here. Let me address that. Oh, I think it's an echo from my stream. Professional streamer, guys. I haven't actively, oh shoot. I haven't actively live streamed in like, so I used to stream full time for a period of time, but that was back 10 years ago now. I can't believe streaming has been a thing for like as long as it has been. I remember like when it was just starting out in the pre-Twitch days with like Mogulus and Livestream and all that good stuff. I was still playing WoW back then. It's crazy. Oh, thanks, Java. Appreciate it, man. Loving the player numbers you all see in this test. Yes, very much so. So we got the player number counter in the top left of your screen here. And yeah, so we got 1480 online currently. Pretty respectable number, especially for this stage of development. I'm really pleased with that. So yeah, it's been cool. Breaking 1700 last night, and then still peaking when Rel crashed. The Rel crash, I think we have figured out what that is. So I don't know what Ollie's plans are. I think he may patch it, or we'll have to see. He's on vacation, so it's a little bit challenging for him. In fact, I think he restarted the servers yesterday when he was getting a haircut. So Ollie is the real MVP. Yeah, I mean, the game is really designed to run on a high ping, so yeah, I'm glad to hear that from Australia. It's holding up well for you. Hey, Chaz Solo, how's it going? John NS, how's it going, buddy? It's going pretty good. It's kind of a spur of the moment thing. I think I'm gonna let everybody know in game that I'm streaming just because I want people to get their questions in. I want people to get their complaints in. You know, I would gladly act as the human shield for the development team. You know, you can rebel at me. The hot tub, it's over there. It's, right next to the couch. So. Alright, let's check out the petition queue real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything crazy. I do have to help somebody out with a destroyed item. They destroyed their fighter's tunic, but they're offline. So I'm gonna see what that the HID is for that item real quick. And then I'm going to just reimburse it straight into their inventory. Let's see. So we have a really robust tooling behind the scenes for customer service, so that's allowing us to really quickly answer petitions this playtest. I think we've already answered at least 100 petitions, if not more. But I'll have to get the exact number on that. Yeah, next stream, John. Is the Inquisitor necklace / range quest item broken? The clicky doesn't work. Oh, let me check that out. I could fix that right now. Well, not for the test, but I will fix it for the next update. It's called the Spellbinder or something, I think. Yeah. Doesn't work. I see. It's working for me. Maybe because I'm like a GM or something. Yeah. Okay. That's weird. Interesting. It might be like the level requirement or something funky is happening. Head out real quick. I don't know why that would be. Maybe, let's see. Yeah, I'll have to look more into that. But regardless, it won't be able to be fixed next update, but I'm gonna make a note for myself. Not clicking, okay. Yeah, Wallabus, I'm here. Is there an order or priority for class updates over the next 6 months? There's no specific order. I have a slew of classes that need some stuff. Hold on a second. I said I would cast this for my kid. Yeah, so there's going to be a bunch of class updates where I've had a lot of other responsibilities, but now I'm circling back to classes, and my goal is to get classes into a really good spot, introduce some new mechanics for a lot of the classes that have been notoriously missing mechanics that they're supposed to get for a while now. So it's going to be a joint effort between myself and a programmer or two, most likely. Probably Zillith and, well, definitely Zillith, but maybe Ollie as well, if I can wrangle him into some stuff. But and then in addition to this, there will be a lot more just standard ability line stuff going in as well. Haha, Swanee, you know what game this is. Come on, bro. What's going on? Quixana, hello. Rixie, love the game. Thank you. A wild Nick emerges, that's right. Love the SK even early game. Best version of SK Edgelord Knight I ever played. Wow, that's high praise, dude. I mean, I couldn't have done it without the forefathers of the MMO genre. Really, it's, just taking ideas and putting my own spin on it. There's so much more I want to do with a number of classes. So, yeah. But thank you. Let me pull up my stream real quick and then stream this. My daughter was very sad about this. She wanted to see what was going on. So I can. Can I even view my own stream on here? Let's see. Oh, there I am. Okay. Let us cast our TV. This should be it. Please expand on Enchant Ally. It's my favorite spell in the game, and I want it to be more than it currently is as I progress. Yeah, it'd be cool to have like a sense of progression to it, so you don't just like, now you have the ability, and now it's just how it is, but more of like a progression to it, and then also maybe the ability to like create a loadout, or you know, not too dissimilar to the standard ability bar, right, where you can maybe add some abilities from a pool. I think that'd be really neat. But yeah, it felt good to at least just get the concept in, so that people kind of know what I'm thinking with it, and you know, they can play with it a bit. But everything is subject to change potentially. Yeah, Abathur Enchanter Inc. That is correct. It's funny, I was just talking to one of my good friends who was Heroes of the Storm designer back when I played Heroes of the Storm, like kind of on a professional level and streaming level. He's a big EverQuest fan, and all his friends are psyched about Monsters in Memory, so it was cool to catch up with him. But he was one of the designers. I don't know if he actually worked on Abathur, but he definitely worked on some other heroes for sure. Let's see if I missed any questions. Oh, feel that way about the Bard and Eminem. Not having to double click is so good. Yeah, you know, it's just some little quality of life adjustments here and there that like make a huge difference, I feel. So yeah, you know, I've been hearing good things about the Bard. Obviously, the Bard is a very strong class in Monsters and Memories right now. I think it's might be. Is it the best class? I don't know. You guys can decide that, but. Never got too deep into HOTS, but love the kit designs, cool concepts. Abathur Medivh, yeah, the designers that worked on that project like really were trying to make some innovative stuff, unique feelings, things, and like a twist on the MOBA genre. And you know, it's such a shame that game is so like underrated, because it did a lot of good things, but it just got into the market at a very, very bad time. So unfortunate, but yeah, it happens. I have to say, not knowing anything regarding Spellblade has been a lot of fun. I really like the proc mechanic of the weapons. It reminds me of old school WoW Enhancement Shaman. Yeah, Enhancement Shaman, definitely an inspiration. And there's going to be more in that department too. I'm not done with the Spellblade. I know Spellblade got a slew of changes. If you check the patch notes for this playtest, you can check those out. But yeah, it's just the beginning with Spellblade. And not just like from a ability standpoint, but like a visual standpoint as well. Like we want to get cool effects in, it sounds and stuff. So yeah, I think the finished product. I mean, there's no never finished, right? But with MMOs, but I think when we get it to a kind of release ready state, it's gonna be a treat. Yeah, I know that his stream is stuck at the Grafana login screen. Sorry about that, guys. I let him know, but I'm pretty sure he's fast asleep. But if you look in the top left of my screen, you can see the population tracker. What are we at? 1509 online. Healthy. It's the best class. Is it still the best class? Because, I mean, the coolness factor, you might be right. But I did have to lower down the proc rate a little bit. I don't know that I'm happy with the proc rate yet. I think it's a little low for a class that emphasizes procs. So I think I'm gonna bump it up to like a healthy medium between the two. Yeah, we'll have to see, because I'm not sure how stats play into the proc rate at high levels. So it may be that at high levels still that is still incredible. But then again, you still want to have that class fantasy early, so it'd be nice to have the base proc rate be a little bit higher, and then maybe kind of mitigate or clamp down the proc rate at the high end, so it's not like the best class in the game. Got into a few full groups at camps. Man, is that the best feeling? There's nothing about this game I can complain about. Well, thank you for the praise. I appreciate that, Black Rose Scythe. Proc like 10 to 20% more? Yeah. Well, I don't know that that's the numbers, but more, yes. I think having Dex affect proc rate will make it really satisfying to get those stats on gear. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be nice. So, I think I'm gonna try to bombard the stream a little bit with some people. I'm gonna try to get some people from in-game to check out the stream, because I haven't streamed in a long time. I've been so heads down on this game. It's been really fun. It's been a great process to be part of. But I just haven't had the time to stream, and I haven't had the motivation to stream too. But now that I am seeing so many people in the game, and I just want to answer questions and, you know, help people out. I'm gonna be doing so I was playing last night while doing petitions. I probably answered in the ballpark of like 40-50 petitions, and then I was also playing. I got my necro on Krivia to 30. So yeah, it's been cool, but I'm probably gonna chill, maybe park at 30, wait for some people to catch up, and then just kind of maybe stream a bit, answer some questions, answer some petitions, and answer some of your questions. Hey, Quick, how's it going, buddy? Hey, Nicodemus. How's it going, man? Justin Beard. Hey, bud. You're next to my juiced character, Doc. Okay. Cool. Having a great time? Great work? I'm glad you're having fun. Yo, I saw you last night at the top of the tower, then fell off and got lost in the maze beneath. Sorry about that. If you ever get stuck, let me know. Question. Rush of Air seems like a standalone buff that is extremely strong for melee cleave comps. Are there thoughts about giving Wind Fury to other classes as well, or am I just overrating this buff? I mean, it's definitely a thought, right? Like, I could see certain classes maybe getting this under certain conditions or circumstances, but I have to think about it a bit more. It is nice when, so it's nice to have classes that are like the complete opposite of like homogenized, right? So like you have like every class brings like this one great thing, but then you know there's like things like the Shaman and Chanter, they both bring haste, they both bring slow, just at different kind of cadences. So it is nice when there is some of that overlap, but I just got to make sure that it's the mechanic to do it with and it feels appropriate. So whether, you know, that class or, you know, other classes get Wind Fury, we'll see about that. You've been telling me to do this for months? Yeah, that is right. Everyone, I kind of just ignore, like, oh, what are you gonna stream? Like, never. But no, I was always gonna come back. I feel like it's a responsibility of mine, but I also really do enjoy streaming. I enjoy conversing about the game. So, you know, it's a little bit of both. Doing it for me, but you know, doing it for the project as well. Of course, had to get real life in a good spot and get the game in a good spot. Yeah, that was kind of my thinking, right? Like, you know, maybe a year or two ago, I'm thinking like, dude, there's so much to do, and there is still so much to do. I have so much to do, but you know, we're online here with what, 1,500 people, about 15-20. Like, that's a really good sign, and you know, the game is getting out there more and more, and you know, I wanna be there to take on questions and really be a part of the community. It's, you know, I indirectly have been part of the community through Discord and stuff, but I really kind of want to join in the fun on the streaming. I used to stream full time. That used to be my thing. Not for Monsters and Memories, but for competitive gaming and professional gaming and stuff. But it's gonna be fun to stream for this project. So yeah. You think the best part about this is how open and receptive the team is? Love watching all the dev streams as they make the game so amazing. Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's one of my favorite things to do is just watch the people on the team stream, because they're just, you know, my fellow comrades in arms, you know, going to war making this game day in and day out, and it's so I relate to it, you know, obviously, and it's just nice to have up on my second monitor when I'm grinding away at development. So yeah, I love hearing the guys, seeing what they're working on, and they're just an incredibly talented group of people. It's yeah, it's amazing. You've done a great job. Feels fun playing all classes, and it'll be a hard decision come EA. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's a hard decision, and really is. There's so many classes to choose from, and it's like they each have strengths and weaknesses, and it's like, what strength do you want early on, and what weakness do you want to deal with early on, right? Because later on you can roll alts and stuff, and that's good and all, but like, what's that first character you want to have when live hits, right? Like, do you want to have Druid, so you have Sao, you know, you're able to get around, you're able to gather, you know, all the time, like, or do you want to play something that's like, well, I mean, on top of that, Druid is also good at soloing. Like, they get Charm, they get Dots, to get Snare, like, so Druid is just solid, man. But what if you're the main tank for your guild and you just have to play a fighter, right? I mean, if you play on the box server, you can obviously box fighter or something, right? But if you're playing no box server, then you're just a fighter and you're at the mercy of other people, right? So I think that kind of dynamic really is interesting, especially on the no box side of things. Hey, Class and Cool, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Will we get a HOT stream? I've actually played a few games of HOT probably in the last like month or two. It was pretty fun, but like I fall off really quick. My like guilty pleasure is playing StarCraft 1, but man, I get beat down in that game. It's so hard. Koreans are amazing. It's mostly Korean community at this point, and man, I get beaten down. What's boxing? Boxing is where you play more than one character at once. What race? Protoss. Fighter having a reset is definitely appreciated. Yeah, I like that mechanic. I want there to be more stuff like that. Probably play Druid first, then Inquisitor or Bard. Solid. Wizard, Bard, Rogue, Paladin, Cleric, Beastmaster. All of them? Yeah, Rixie. I feel ya. Will there be evil-good conflict when it comes to factions down the line? So there's... I would say yes, but in general, our factions are a little bit more gray, as well as our... I mean, obviously there's going to be some like evil religions, but some of the deities are more like gray, without giving too much away. That's right, Lasava. There's going to be a non-boxing server? Yes. Is this an MMORPG, raids, PvP, etc.? Yeah. So, there's a PvP server, there's PvE server options for PvP, like arena, open world arenas, and PvP flagging and stuff, and duels, of course. There are raids in the form of open world boss targets, and as well as expeditions, where you can kind of charter your own ship to go out into the unknowns of the oceans and kind of go to a full-on like raid style zone, but with more of a commitment than traditional MMOs, essentially. Beastmaster has your heart, Dan. I feel it. Gonna play 6 Necromancer Goblins and call them the Body Squad. Okay, I like it. Wizard minigame is fun. Seeing big man up back feels good. Yeah, it's always been a goal of mine. It took a while. We had the condition for a while, but we didn't have like what we needed to make that condition like fun, because I always envisioned it be like a percent that you don't like, the efficient last hit. Like, so if you do 96% of damage with your nuke, you get that 96% mana return, right? So it's not just like, oh, I last hit it, I get all my mana back. It has, you know, there's a little bit of thought to it. So that's always been a goal. We just never had the tech or prioritized that functionality until recently, when I started refocusing on classes a lot more. I had someone ask me earlier about the Inquisitor. Can you explain the class concept for them? You're more knowledgeable and better explaining the class design than I am. Thanks. So Inquisitor is a hybrid knight. So hybrid knights are essentially tanks. They do kind of flex into damage sometimes with like kind of the Shadow Knight or certain ability lines. Like, for example, the Inquisitor has like mana burn and stuff. But essentially Inquisitor is a hybrid of the fighter and the enchanter. They don't have charm, but they bring they don't have charm or placate, like pacify, right? But they do have mez, and they've got PB AoE stun, and they've got similar debuffs at or the same debuffs as the enchanter at a slower clip. So yeah, so imagine a tank with strong, and then the other part of them and their identity is the fact that they're so anti-caster oriented. So they have silences, and they have anti-magic bubbles and anti-magic mitigation cooldowns. So yeah, that's kind of what the Inquisitor's all about. And originally, our like super early in development, we're like, oh, why don't we, instead of doing Shadow Knight, let's do Inquisitor, right? And I thought Inquisitor was an awesome idea, but we still need Shadow Knights, so that was kind of my thing. So that's why there's so many classes. It's like, oh, we want to do this new thing, but we also don't want to, you know, isolate the people that have played Shadow Knight for going on like 25 years now, right? Or even longer than that. So yeah, that's kind of the idea behind Inquisitor, and yeah, it's a really fun class. I want to develop it more, give it some more unique characteristics and strengths, and expand its kit. My wife has a question about the animal breeding skill. What's the plan with it? Can you make better mounts or pack mules sort of deal? Will there be a fur coat option as well? So I don't know the full plan for animal breeding. It's something that we haven't really like designed out, but I feel that it's an important component to like the whole mount system and some of the other things we're doing with like housing and whatnot. So I feel that it would be a cool thing to have. I just really don't have any concrete answer for what's all going to be involved with it. It could be a good question for Rift. Rift's been working on trade skills for us, and he may have more insight on what some of that could be about. But yeah, animal breeding, that's what it is. Sephiroth, how's it going, buddy? Enjoying the test? Could Inquisitor get illusions? That'd be a really nice touch. Maybe. You know, Inquisitor is a hybrid of the Enchanter, but they're also kind of like anti-enchanters in a way, so I don't know if it makes sense in the lore, but you know, maybe there's room for some kind of special illusion or something along those lines, or yeah, I'll have to think about that one. Howdy, Teflon. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't miss any questions. Just need High Elf or Lizardman Spellblade. I like it. I like it. How how do you feel where Fighter and Paladin are right now? Fighter at least seems like it's missing something fun or tools compared to Shadow Knight. That has things like a weak skeleton pet and eventually feigned death. Fighter is gonna, by kind of nature of not being a hybrid, have less abilities, I would say, but I would like to get them more stuff in their toolkit. But I don't want to bloat their toolkit to the point where it's like, this feels like WoW or something, right? So it's giving them options, but not letting you mash all the options at the same time. So it's tricky, and I feel like that their current kit gives you just enough, but there isn't as much variety as, say, the Rogue, where they actually have some abilities that they swap in and out, despite being one of those martial classes. So I think Paladin's in a good spot. I think that it has a lot of healing and sustain potential, but I haven't played one at a high level recently, so I can't say for sure. But I was always fond of the Paladin when I did play it, and I think expanding on their auras and giving them a couple more things in their toolkit will be a big help as well. But for Fighter, I feel that technically on paper it should be the best tank for just straight up like physical tanking, because offensive stance and defensive stance are really cool. Like, defensive stance gives you a 5 defense max like skill edge over the other tanks, and while that's pretty, I mean, it's nice, very, very nice, I don't think it's as significant as, say, like getting defensive in EQ, where you're just better than all the other tanks for minutes at a time, right? But I still think that having that +5 defense is really nice. I think that makes a big difference. It's essentially an extra level. It's like you're level 61 instead of 60 for your defense check. I think that's really big. Like, I think stuff like that and like weapon skill has the potential of being like a really potent thing that you can throw on items or abilities to kind of make them really good, right? Because, yeah, it just kind of takes, it's different than just getting like some more strength. It's literally just getting your skill higher. What niche does Ranger fit into, would you say? So it's a hybrid DPS. So it's not quite a knight tank, like, but it's a hybrid tank is what I call them, the knights. So it's not quite a hybrid tank, but it does have some tank ability, and it brings Pack of the Predator, which is extremely powerful. This is exclusive to Rangers right now. And there will probably be some tweaks still, right? I'm not done with the aura setup configuration for classes. And Beastmaster will definitely get some other stuff, because they did lose Pack of the Predator, but they'll be getting some other cool stuff to make up for that. Pack the Predator. So back to Ranger though, I want to give them elemental shots. So this was originally talked about with Archer, but I think I want to make Archers more martial focused, more physical, physical focus, whereas Rangers actually have, they have fire magic. Why can't they light their arrows on fire, right? So stuff like that. So they'll probably get some like elemental kind of arrows, and then they'll get tracking. They'll get, I want them to be a physical melee DPS menace as well. So I want them to have some real nice options there. But in general, they are a hybrid DPS. They aren't meant to be S or A tier, but they're meant to be a solid B tier with group utility that makes them essentially A, right? If you have a ranger in a group filled with rogues, that ranger is suddenly A tier because of what he provides for those rogues, right? So that's the kind of methodology behind it. If you're familiar with like the Burning Crusade from WoW, that's kind of one of the inspirations for that, right? Like the Feral Druid, what does he bring? He's the leader of the pack, right? So that's kind of the idea behind these kind of, some of these auras for hybrid DPS like Pack of the Predator. All right, let's see. I gotta get other people in here. So we're at 62. That's good. Let's see if we could pump up the numbers a bit. what should my kind of spiel be to get people in? Okay, got something. Kind of embarrassing, but I really did want to get people in here. All right. Oh, that got cut off. Well, now I feel like a fool. Let's see if we could get some more people in here. I am shameless. I'm sorry. Like, I had to take the opportunity, guys. Tith, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Kais, welcome. Oh, no worries, Encrypt. I should have, you know, I should have tested it myself. Easy Drake, hey. As Drake. I can't pronounce words, sorry. Bardo, you're here for alpha keys. We're coming in. Oh shit, there's a lot of people. I wasn't expecting this. No, I was, kind of in a way, but wow. Okay, okay, that chat is actually going too fast now, that's crazy. Bait them with F&F invites? Well, that is what I did, except it's closed alpha now. Addicted already? This isn't okay? I am so sorry, that you are addicted. Easy follow, thank you, welcome. Storm League play, woo? Yeah, no, sorry. Maybe 10 years ago. About to be 500 people in here. There's 237, we were at 60, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, guys, welcome to the stream. This is the first stream I've done in years. I'm gonna be answering petitions on stream. I'm gonna be doing, mostly I've just been doing QA, let's be honest. If any of the teams out there listening, please look at the petition queue. I actually don't think I can multitask that well. But yeah, doing some Q&A, so if you have questions specifically about classes or anything regarding the project, really, I'm more than happy to answer some stuff. Does the alpha carry over to live PvP server as well? No. So the closed alpha will be wiped for EA launch. And then none of that carries over to or from the public tests, so you don't have to worry about that. This is a completely isolated environment. Which server am I on? So I've been playing on Krivia. I'm I think the second highest level on that server. I'm level 30 Necro. The highest is a 31 Enchanter. So yeah, I was playing last night, but I kind of decided to have a chill night and do a stream, answer some questions, and focus on petitions. Though I don't think the petitions are gonna, you know, be possible at this point. There's too many of you. What's up with Tig's measurement quest? Is it still bugged? You'll have to ask Nicodemus that. Nicodemus! Answer this fine gentleman's question if you can. Felix Fix in the chat. Pentix, hey, how's it going? Moorland, yeah. Oh shit, the giveaway spam has started. Yeah, if you guys are, okay, if you're here for the closed alpha key, you could do giveaway in the chat. It'll be funny. It's not going to get you anything, but I'm here for it. Spam giveaway as hard as you can. I'm fine with it. How do I get in the library for the Bard quest? There is no door. Good question. Have you asked an OOC? Seriously, like, some of the things our community already knows more than I do. Like, as sad as that is, like, I've been working on this game for the last, what, 5 years now, and I seriously don't know some of the stuff that people pick up in the first, like, couple months. And I like to try to think that I'm informed. I mean, I do have a 30 necro, so, like, but I'm kind of a murder hobo guy. Like, I just grind. I'm a grinder. I don't know a lot of the quest stuff or, like, specific getting around town things. Is there a fighter quest? Yeah, there is a fighter quest. There's multiple tiers of the fighter quest. Why did you let Urho outlevel you? I was just, I don't know. he leveled with a group early on, and then he went to solo charm killing, and I was just like, I'm too lazy to be charm killing, and like, he went to go solo. We were duoing for a while, and he got ahead. So I was just naturally going to be behind him as we leveled together, and then he went to go solo, and because I was just like, I'm done leveling for right now. But yeah, he's not on for this test. So if I do put in some work later, maybe this turns into a gameplay stream later. I don't know. Probably not, but maybe I level my necro a little bit. I am yeah, level 30 here, so. Hey, whoever was the dev that worked on halfling animation for their walk, it's perfect. Please don't change it. It's got a mix of the traveler's stride with upbeat swing. Seriously, whoever did that animation, great job. Yeah, dude, our animators are super talented, and there's you know, obviously some kinks and stuff to work out, right? And some placeholder animations do exist, but some of the animations that we have been cooking up lately have been phenomenal. So, yeah. Is there actually content in the game support leveling to 30? Oh, yeah, dude, there's content in the game that supports leveling to 60. There are multiple level 60s in the closed alpha. You think Erkenstaff did that one, John? Yeah, maybe. It was probably a good chance it was Erkenstaff, but it could have been one of our other animators as well. You may want to turn up your mic a bit. You're pretty quiet. How about now? Is that putting that closer to my face okay? I can look at adjusting it elsewhere, but I don't know. I think that's gonna... I could turn down the volume or something. Was better before? Much better? How about now? The mic in my cheek? Okay. Quiet again? Oh shit. I have to wait for like the stream to catch up. Alright, I'm gonna wait. How are we doing right now? Scream, please. I already am. I'm a loud talker. I'm a very loud talker. Especially when I have my headphones on. Too close? Ah, shit. Okay. Still quiet? Oh, man, I'm getting trolled, dude. Okay. Favorite Planet Side 1 kit? I put lots of med kits in my kits. And anything that has heavy assault in it. Heavy assault plus medium assault gun. But obviously the standard heavy assault plus decimator is... Double decimator is also... standard. When we hopping into HOTS ARAM, man, I don't know. I did hop into a few HOTS games recently. Need more Spellblade proc. It's too low at the moment. Yeah, I was just saying earlier that I lowered the proc rate, but I'm probably gonna find a happy medium between the two. But I need to see the effectiveness of dexterity and other stats on proc rate and whatnot. Yeah, at the high end to make sure that I don't over buff it again, right? So I may need to consult the assistance of some of our balance designers like Brunaf and Ali to help with that. Oh hell yeah, Nick stream. Hey Tech Writer. It's Loki, isn't it? Please, are the Phalangel classes available? Quests available past the first part. Only was able to complete one part, and now Quest Giver won't tell me anything else. Yeah, so those are a work in progress. we just started getting some of the quests in, so please report any bugs you find. Please give us any feedback. Let us know if the items suck or anything like that. But yeah, essentially, it's a work in progress. So sorry about that. And the zone, Evershade Wield in general is a work in progress. So you may find pockets of content that is unitemized or areas that are unpopulated. But it's a pretty cool experience. The lifts. Oh wow! Thank you for the 10 gifties, Dragon USMC. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Yeah. So the zone, the lifts and the boats are now not as shaky as they used to be. So definitely give the lift and the boat a try if you haven't already, and you've got some downtime to kill. See if the experience is better for you. But yeah. Suggested Spellblade infused weapon that burns a small amount of mana and does feedback damage. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I definitely want them to like have to utilize mana in different ways, but we'll have to see how we do that. Like it could be infusion cool duration is lower, but I also didn't want you to always have to be pressing the infusion button so much. So, and they may actually get to a point where they're more applied like poisons and whatnot, but I don't know, we'll have to see. Saw a cool bug. Enchanter had Ashira mob charmed, tried to gate, they both gated back to the mob spawn point, and after broke charms, Soulbind was moved to the Ashira camp. Well, that's interesting. They both gated back to the mob spawn point. Oh wow, okay. Let me write that one down. Charm, gate, cause. Okay. Where's the lift? I do want to try the boat later. So the lifts are, if you make a Wood Elf character, you can start in Felindral, which is the Wood Elf city in Evershade Wield. And there are a number of lifts that you can use to access the city. So I don't know that, I haven't tried them in this patch, so forgive me if they're still a little rough and bumpy, but my understanding was that the fix to the boat also addressed this as well. When you try and patch leather pants, it gives you a helmet. Yeah, that was a bug. It was already addressed, but didn't make it into the build. Sorry about that. Sorry for your pants on head, or head on pants, whichever it is. Sitting at the bank in Night Harbor West Gate, got teleported to the zone line out of nowhere. Yeah, so there's been an issue kind of plaguing us for a bit, where I don't know what happens, but the server gets upset about the nav mesh or something, and starts like shifting the nav mesh or doing something weird, and then like essentially the server thinks you're under the world and then randomly teleports you to the save point. And I think that happens over time at load, so it's very rare for us to see on dev, but in closed alpha and public alpha environments, then you see that a bit more. So we got to get to the bottom of that one. And forgive me, programmers, if I'm misrepresenting that issue somehow. Hey, as an idea, can I eventually get an upgrade to my Inquisitor's Purifying Blow into a buff eating ability? Then when I actually purge a buff, I heal myself a little. Yeah, it'd be interesting to get ranks for like Strike and Purifying Blow and Rend and whatnot. And it'd be cool to also make sure like that the Paladin and Shadow Knight get their own flavored version, right? And other classes as well. That's always been a goal of mine, but it's just been a little slow going. But with the focus kind of returning to classes again, I'll definitely take a look at that. I actually am gonna make a note for that too. Yeah. Does Unity have some limit on the maximum size of the nav mesh or something? Weird. I think it does, but again, I'm not the most technically savvy with Unity, so it's hard for me to answer that with certainty, but I'm pretty sure there is a limit. I don't know that we hit it. I think there may be like one zone that's like super big that maybe we do, or it's like a concern, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. If you pick Spellblade, then Cutthroat, the game will start you with a weapon you cannot use. Okay. I'll write that down. Thank you. Will Bard get Melody? Currently, the plan is no, but a long time ago it was maybe, like, and I, like, not exactly how Melody and EQ works, but kind of like a slightly new way of doing it, but I don't see any reason to do it currently. But again, you know, this could change over time with feedback and whatnot, but I feel good about just the manual Bard for right now, but we'll see. Any consideration putting speech bubbles into the game? Chat is hard to read sometimes. We want to continue to make the UI better, but we do have a design philosophy where, like, we don't want within the gameplay space, we don't really want, other than like name tags and like certain things, right? Like, we don't want there to be too much like chat bubbles, targeting circles, scrolling, you know, floating combat text, stuff like that. And the reason for this is not to be like anti-quality of life. It's that we're trying to create a certain type of experience when you're viewing the game world. So for now, the answer is probably no, but we have been having more discussions lately internally about quality of life stuff like that, and just, you know, it's usability stuff, really, right? It does help some people that have a hard time reading, and so it's hard to say no to some of those things, but it's also important that we maintain the vision. So yeah, we'll see, but currently no plans as far as I know. Is the skinning knife supposed to be not equipable? Yeah, no. So skinning isn't in right now, so you may have it. It may be used in certain recipes, but, or maybe that's just the seam ripper. So yeah, that's not, I'll note something for that. Skinning knife unequipable. Maybe not melody, just link two songs together. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's an idea. Done. Filled it under quest broken/other. Okay, that was to Nicodemus. You really enjoy the ranger class? Do you plan on expanding on this class? So yeah, I was just talking about it. I want to expand their ranged special abilities, their melee special abilities, give them tracking, and expand their spell lines as well. Yeah, so essentially they're going to be kind of more of the spellcaster, like in elemental arrows, whereas archers are going to be the more martial archery class. So less magic involved with that, obviously, or no magic, depending. Any words on skinning implementation? Rawhide scraps are definitely a bottleneck on crafting. So rawhide scraps are bottlenecking. So I would like to get more trade skill stuff done soon. It's not like on my list right now, but you know, it does seem like a good thing for us to prioritize, honestly. So I'll have a chat with Rift about that and some other stuff. Rift is our trade skill designer, so if you ever have any questions about trade skills, you can ask him as well. I've implemented a lot of our trade skill stuff, but now having somebody to kind of shepherd a lot of the stuff and take it off my plate is good. It's a good thing for the project, I feel, because it allows me to focus in on classes, allows me to focus in on content, high-end content, stuff like that I need to focus in on. But there may be points where I kind of just decide to get crazy and implement, you know, something trade skill wise, and then maybe do kind of like a placeholder implementation, and then throw that to Rift, and then let rift jam on it a bit and kind of clean up stuff like the trivial skill levels and whatnot. So that's so again, that's not just skinning, that's other stuff as well, other trade skills. You made a post about supply versus demand in the feedback section. Thank you, Sufrock. I'll check that out. Get that to the team as well. Can we please get craftable shields? Yeah, that's actually a great idea. So like fletching, making staves, and more metalworking kind of stuff with blacksmithing, you know, having shields. I think that would be really cool, especially because you could tie that into like woodworking as well with the shields. And fletching and whatnot. So, yeah, it's a good idea. So I have a question for you. With people who multi-box, are you going to ban the use of the third-party programs so that way they can't set up a keybind system to box 6 characters? That was my original intent for banning the key input broadcasting to even on the boxing allowed servers, but potentially allowing for it on servers where there's just no rules. It's like Wild West kind of situation, which would be only probably one server if it even exists. I can't hard confirm that we're gonna to disallow that the key input broadcast yet, but I strongly want to. So it's basically like, can we find a way to do this cleanly and responsibly, and have the tools to police that. But in general, if somebody is, even if it wasn't banned for some reason, if somebody is abusing it and kind of, you know, input broadcasting their way to zone disruption scenarios, I feel like even then I'd still be like, oh, I'm gonna intervene here as a CS. So even if it's not hard banned, it'll be soft enforced in a way, I guess. But I'd like to hard enforce it if possible. Has your vision for the classes changed since your video you made 3 years ago? Anything awesome you want for any classes that you can talk about? I mean, ask me what class specifically. There's a lot of stuff for a lot of classes that I'd love to get in, and intend on getting in. It's just, yeah, there's just a lot. Specifically, any class that I'm excited about, though, on that, I'm really excited to get archer stuff in, like traps and flares and, you know, some unique, like, martial different shots that you can do, special shots and whatnot. Pinning shot is also not fully working how I'd want it to work. It's supposed to be a knockback that kind of roots you if you get stuck to the wall. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff with Archer. That's the one that comes to mind for me. Any idea for the max player cap for raids? There's no player cap for raids. This is a completely open world on instance, and there's no plan for any caps. There is plans, however, for designing content around a specific number of people or groups. So like, if you're just like a 10-man or a 12-man crew or whatever, right? Like, there's going to be encounters facilitated for you. So yeah, anywhere from like 1 to 2 group stuff. There's going to be a lot of 1 to 2 group stuff, I would say. However, there is going to be some larger man opportunities. I'd like there to be quite a few, but there needs to be an emphasis on the grouping game, or at least the small, like, raid 1 to 2 group as well. And I think we've done I feel like that with some of the encounters, like Bone Construct and Skyseer, I feel that we're hitting the mark on that. Like, they don't require a huge amount of people. Bone Construct early on was really rough, but he's been brought down to be kind of more tuned around a group or two. So yeah, we want a large variety, but we're not going to be artificially restricting anything like that. If you bring 100 people to do Bone Construct, I'm sorry, the opportunity cost of that, you could have had those people everywhere else, like doing something crazy, right? So if you like, yeah, you could Zerg that content, but it's why, you know? Do it with 10 people, and then your share of the loot is, you know, like you don't have to share as much loot all around, right? So I want that to be that guilds and groups of friends have those kind of opportunities to do stuff and not require zerging, right? Go after disruptors and people being jerks. Let everyone else have fun if they're not being jerks. Yeah, it's kind of the philosophy, I would say. Any plans for Monk currently? A bit boring to play when not pulling at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I've added some stuff to Monk with the stances and whatnot, and that mechanic, with the interplay with Celestial Strike. But there's a little bit more to do with Monk for sure. They definitely need some kind of cool hook that they don't currently have, and yeah, definitely want to do that. Any plans to take rogue abilities past 12 with different ranks? Yeah, so we were just talking about it earlier. I think having ranks that maybe unlock different functionalities for even for your main damage dumps would be kind of interesting. But yeah, more stuff for physical classes. But again, we're not looking to throw like a million different things on it, so you're mashing like a million different buttons, right? Like it's sandwichy combat. You're meant to have lots of options, but you're not meant to use them all at the same time. Watch the yeah, Sephiroth. I did actually. I did watch that. The mosh pit. Limited to level 20. That is true. I can confirm that. Do not try to fight Bone Construct if you are above level 20. You will not have a good time. Any plans for more classes? Yes. For example, a healer class. Double yes. We have 2 healer classes in mind that we want to do. But I'll leave that to your imagination. Because you never know. One day they may just come out of hiding, right? Like, you closed alpha testers think you're seeing everything. And you are, actually. For the most part. There's a couple zones that you haven't seen. But, we're going to have to make a classes branch that you're not going to be able to see. And then one day, boom, just new class, and then you're just like, yes. And I'll be satisfied with that because it won't get spoiled. Any thought given to raid mob monopolization that tends to happen on open world only raids, like on P99, even in classic WoW? So in general, I'm pro friction with raids, but I don't want to create an environment that's so toxic and terrible that raiding is just like, for example, well, let me go back. We're not creating a raiding game necessarily. We'll have raid encounters and we'll have expedition zones. But we don't want the game to be so raid focused that 5 out of 7 days a week you're concerning yourself with raid content. We want the group game and different things in the game, like owning your shop, or running caravans, doing other cool stuff that EverQuest really never capitalized back in the day. We were trying to tap into UO and Star Wars Galaxies, and we want there to be more than just killing and loot and raids. So with that being said, I'm still in favor of open world competition, but I don't think so. Let me go back to your question exactly. What are my thoughts on the raid mob monopolization? I feel that if you are concerned about raid mob monopolization, I feel that it is healthy to join one of the guilds that are attempting or monopolizing the content. Like, I want there to be enough stuff that full monopolization is not possible. Like, I want there to be like spawnable content and different stuff that you can camp that you don't have to like compete for directly, right? Like the concept of a raid camp, right? Like, think of halls of testing in EQ. That's not really competitive, at least on, like, for example, P99. You just go to the halls of testing, you camp it. Skyfire camps, you know, like doing those kind of farms, right? There should be casual raid content like that in my mind, in my estimation. So yes, there's going to be some higher priority targets, and some of the better guilds may get a majority of those. That may happen. I know expeditions, you can time it in a way, right, that you can avoid any monopolization scenario. So yeah, I'm both for it, but I'm not for monopolization, but I'm for competitiveness and friction in the open world. And but I also favor, you know, giving things for people to do regardless. Sorry for the kind of back and forth answer on that one. Thoughts on long-term and stat crunching / alt advancement? Is it inevitable? We're kind of trying to create a world that doesn't, like, it expands, yes, but I don't know how much more powerful you get over time, right? Like, or, you know, how crazy do the items get? I don't know that we're building a game to continuously scale like that. But I could be wrong. Like, maybe this is not, you know, what we are doing. But I think there's gonna maybe be a certain point where it's just like, all right, you know, you've got your like Naxxramas equivalent tier. That's it, right? And then you just keep expanding on that and building content for people. You know, we're not trying to keep building on for the high-end people necessarily. We want to build horizontal progression and things like this. So yeah, it's all going to depend on our design philosophy going forward, I would say. But in general, those are my thoughts on it. Bone construct with 2 groups of level 15 got wrecked here. Yeah, I would say you probably need to be solid 20, and then you can do it with 1 or 2 groups. How confident are you that the remaining network bottlenecks can be resolved? Well, very confident. In fact, so some of the lag that's been popping up, like, we know what's up with it. Like last test, we were in a really good shape, I feel, and it's just a matter of like identifying something, fixing / optimizing something, and then having another test, and then like boom, oh wow, it's so much better, right? And you've seen how it's improved over the year and since last year and whatnot, right? So it's just, yeah, a matter of identifying something, working it out, and retesting. So yeah, I'm not worried about any network bottlenecks at this time. So excited for extra classes? Yeah, me too. How many subs to get Deep Gnome next week? Oh man, I don't want to be a filthy sellout. And to be honest, it's not up to me. It's up to our wonderful, talented artists when the Deep Gnome will be in your hands. But unfortunately, you may have to wait for Module 1. Though you may see them pop up in the world. You never know. Bone Construct wrecked 5 guards before getting killed yesterday. Wait, what? Did a GM spawn them in the world? Thoughts on more storage for crafters? That's kind of the idea with housing, right? Is you get additional crafting stations, you get higher tier crafting stations, you get cool ass storage for all your crafting goodness, right? Like, and for people that aren't able to secure real estate, I want there, something I brought up recently is like, want there to be like the option of like maybe claiming a bed, you know, having claiming a bed in a chest. You may have walked around Night Harbor and seen in, like, for example, the kind of garrison, there's a lot of empty beds. There's a lot of little chests next to them. So yeah, between that and some other things with like storage crates and whatnot, I think that would be a really good avenue to expand on storage for crafters. Also, bank slots, you know, maybe we can do those kind of like bank boxes or whatever. That's an interesting concept. full-time mage healer confirmed? I haven't confirmed any of that, but we'll see. You never know. Season of Discovery mentioned. I love that spec. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never actually tried that, but it seemed cool. Hey, buddy, loving the game. Y'all doing a great job. Thank you. Will each race have a starting area? Yes. Not at EA launch. At EA launch, there will be 2 cities, Night Harbor and Falindral, the Wood Elf city. We're hoping a few months after EA launch, we're gonna be launching Module 1, which is Descent into the Deep. It brings the Deep Elf city. I don't know if we've announced the name of that city. But the Deep Elf city will be coming. Deep Elves will be coming as a playable race, as well as Deep Gnomes? Sorry, team, if I'm messing this up. Deep Gnomes will probably be available as well. Yeah, so that'll be the 3rd starting city. And then the plan for Module 2 and beyond, well, that will depend on, you know, the level of funding we're achieving in early access via your subscriptions. Like, you guys are will be funding the game, and we're super grateful. But depending on the interest level of early access, that will determine the cadence of future content drops. So like Module 2, maybe Module 2 and 3 drop at the same time if we can get to that kind of development cadence, right? So maybe 2 cities get dropped, right? I would love to see, like, okay, these 2 guys are working on this biome, these 2 guys are working on this biome, and then, we just have like a huge content injection, right? So we'll see how it goes, and I'll be talking with like Sean and Ollie about strategy on this kind of thing. Blood Mage, please. Will each race have a starting area? Oh, I just answered that. It's stupid. Sorry, in late here. I love non-Zerg content that people could Zerg if they wanted, but do you have any plans for world boss style stuff designed for Zergs as well, for those that like Zerging? I.e. like the original dragon in the Dragon Zones in Dark Age of Camelot. I would say yes. I would say yes, there's going to definitely be those targets. Because they're just, it's a spectacle. It's awesome. Avatar of War, the dragons in Daeok, like, that stuff is cool. Will it be the majority of content? Definitely not. But there's got to be some big bads, right? Aelverith. Okay, it's confirmed. You guys do know about it. Is there a pay for early access option yet? No. So there's no option to pay for anything until we go into early access in Q1 2026. We will not be charging for a box cost or any microtransactions at all. It'll be purely a $15 a month subscription. You can get that lowered a little bit by doing like a 3, 6, or 9 or 3, 6, or 12 month purchase subscription. And you can also buy gift subscriptions for your friends. Not dissimilar to what you can do here in Twitch chat. So yeah, I think that is a cool little thing that we can do, is guilt trip your friends into playing Monsters and Memories. Buy them a gift subscription. I think it's going to be good. It's going to be helpful for us. It's going to be helpful for you. So get your friends in there, and help us out a little bit, right? Was EA going on Steam? No, not at this time. No plans for Steam at this time. You have a big fear on dropping my credit card on third-party websites because of security risks? I'll have you know that we have some of the top white hat hackers out there looking at our stuff. So I would say don't be too worried about it, but yeah, we don't have plans for Steam currently. I apologize for this, but again, we're taking security very seriously, in game and out. So yeah. Recruit a friend, experience boost, and free mount win. Never. I'm in Overshadowed right now and seem to have every wasp in the zone permanently aggroed to me. Oh, that sounds good. I'm sitting next to Guard Fadar at the bridge, just watching them over the hill toward me over and over. This is one of the wilder bugs I've seen. What server, Shannon? Any plans for parental controls? I'm only half kidding. We were talking about like a modest underwear feature for some of the kiddos, right? Because like, man, you get some thongs in this game, don't you? Like, some of the underwear is a little bit revealing, you know. But yeah, we've talked about at a seriously high level of discussion about getting something like that in. And our artists have talked about this recently, internally at least. So this may be a thing. When that will drop, will it be at EA launch? Yet to be determined. By 1.0, hopefully, definitely. Oh, this is the stream we're supposed to be in. Yes, this is it. Welcome, absent-minded 540. Zilla says we wouldn't be storing credit cards numbers at any rate. That's always done direct through services that handled it. Exactly. But still, the information that you do give us, we take that very seriously, and we are actively engaging talented white hat hackers to look and poke holes at our stuff. So yeah, not to worry, hopefully. Thank you for making this game. I've enjoyed every public playtest so far. I just waved at your stream in game. Thank you. Glad to have you. Ghoul's naked butt will never not crack me up, but it's probably technically not safe for work. Yeah, probably technically. Will I be able to get my flying mount in gold, or will it come in copper color? You guys are messing with me, huh? Very excited for the Deep Dwarves. Yeah, the Deep Dwarf concept is amazing. Like, Goblin made a phenomenal concept for the Deep Dwarves. Deep Dwarves are definitely, like, on the radar for a lot of people, race they want to play. So, yeah, the Deep Dwarf Inquisitor, man, it's gonna be the BIS race class combo, I feel. What is the response to having another party come and take your camp? Send in a petition. So if you do in-game/petition, this will pop up. You are going to want to select GM issue, and you're going to want to select camp dispute. So that's pretty much the what you got to go through with that, and then you just hit submit. Isn't that a waste of time for the GMs to moderate camps? No, it's not, because this was the expectation early in MMOs. In the EverQuest days, every server was different, right? Because you had inconsistent GM policies and whatnot, right? But in general, we are planning on a kind of play nice policy for the game, and we will be enforcing, kill stealing, camp stealing, and stuff. Like, that's a no-go, and we'll be getting the guidelines out, right? And people that are crying wolf, though, don't do that. Do not cry wolf. If people are not truly breaking the rules, you can find yourself in trouble, because we're not going to tolerate the whole kind of, oh, they took my camp, and then you're being a wolf in sheep's clothing. We're not going to tolerate that. But if there's a legitimate issue, and we find that there's a legitimate issue, then we will, take action against people, the offending parties, right? So yeah, just do good by the system, and the system will do goodbye by you. We had somebody crying wolf already. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's completely understandable. He decided not to be back. It's still one of the best ban reasons. Yeah. Will monks get safe fall once fall damage is in the game? Yes. Why not? Let's do it. Our logs are very good. That is very true. That is true. Do not, yeah, no flopping. Do not be LeBron, guys. Experience debuff, lose experience every per kill. Oh god, that's a tough one. We might get some hate mail for that. What's up with the stat boxes resetting every time you zone? Are you talking about like this down here at the bottom? There may be a setting for that. Always show pop-out stats under interface. I use mini stats and I place it here at the bottom of my UI. Very useful because I'm running around, I'm doing my like sitting on ticks and stuff, being a complete dirty min-maxer person. But yeah, it's nice, it's handy to have this, and I'd like for us to offer more stuff like this and kind of make it even cooler. Quados, how's it going, buddy? Sheesh, I thought the hots in your name meant Heroes of the Storm, not Regulation Hottie. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Dude, are you back? We should I should turn this into a gameplay stream at some point. But yeah, if not tonight, then when people catch up a little bit more, I'd like to do some grouping. Any plans to implement summonable weight reduction bags for Ellies? So early on in the development process, I was like, we should do weight reduction, you know, we need to support weight reduction bags, and kind of the idea was like, we're not going to do weight reduction, right? But I think having limited form of weight reduction is probably okay. So yeah, I would say there are probably going to eventually be plans to implement that, but we just don't support it at the current time. But it would be pretty trivial to support it if we wanted to. Can people save or share files to share their UI setup like yours? I believe you can. I don't know that there's a clean way of doing it, but I imagine it would probably be possible. What was the reason for no weight reduction? So just a greater emphasis on like kind of logistics in a way. Sorry if this is a poor choice of terms, but we're having like mounts and pack animals and stuff, right, to help circumvent some of the issues of inventory limitation, weight limitation, stuff like that. So the idea, what I think, was that weight reduction kind of circumvents that. But I feel like applied correctly, weight reduction really doesn't. It just mitigates it a little bit. So I think it's a reasonable, and it's a nice chase item too, right? Like, oh, I gotta go get my weight reduction bags. So I think it's cool to have those types of items, and I think that there's no harm in having them. So, but there was concern early on, like, hey, we're trying to do something different here, right? So as long as it doesn't infringe on the kind of unique kind of design philosophies that we've been heading towards with this game, then I think it's totally fine. So I think we will eventually support it and eventually have some of those items. It just hasn't been prioritized. Do you plan to implement sprinting instead of spam jumping? Not currently. I know it's a little bit like, it's old school, really. Like, how many of you played Quake? There's strafe jumping and stuff like that. Like, it's a little obtuse, but I also feel that like, sprinting in an MMO, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel as relaxed. Like, cause people don't like spam jump everywhere, but if they have a sprint, they kind of sprint everywhere, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some sickos like me who are constantly strafe running. Like, I strafe run, but sometimes, but I don't always like spam jump, right? I think that, yeah, I just think that, I don't know that sprint would be the right thing for us, but I could be wrong, you know, you never know, what'll happen in the future. And yeah, chat brings up a point that rogues have a sprint ability not dissimilar to the rogue in World of Warcraft. It's a cooldown based ability. Jump is self-limiting because of endurance. Well, I mean, sprint is technically too, but I just feel that people feel more inclined to sprint if it's available, but if it's jump, like, I don't know, it's just like some kind of like mental thing, right? Any plans on making Wormsbane armor drop more? Also gem as well. It's so easy to outlevel the place without even completing one piece at the moment. That's intended. You're meant to outlevel the place. And the gear will probably be nerfed a little bit actually, because it's a little too good for too long. The idea behind Wormsbane armor is to get armor that feels epic for people in their teens. And those and it's meant to feel epic for players that may never even level into the 20s. It's meant to be end game for like new players, or not new players, but for people that just won't ever put in the time to get high level. And I think that's cool. I think that's horizontal progression. That's what I always envisioned it, it to be like for, certain level ranges and stuff. So I want to do more horizontal content. It may not appear in the form of Wormsbane armor, but yeah, I've been very for keeping Wormsbane armor in the game. I mean, I did put it in, so there's that. So I'm a little bit biased, but I do think that the place that it has in the game is interesting and compelling, while not being too overpowering, though I think it is slightly too good. Am I dual boxing? I'm tri-boxing. I'm curious about the decision for the art style of the character models. You originally spoke about wanting to recreate the art of EverQuest or old D&D manuals, but the character models ended up with a very cartoony style. What inspired that shift? Well, Goblin inspired that shift because he is our, main concept artist, and he created the characters and he created the look of the characters in Monsters and Memories, and we like the look. We're gonna have a little bit of a different vibe looks-wise compared to EverQuest and some other games, but we really like it. And there are models and animations and certain things that are a little bit rough around the edges, but we're working on them, and we're always looking to improve. I was just sitting on Zukin and Zach last night. They spent 12 hours in a huddle improving some of the character models. So female human, male halfling, stuff like this. Wood elves are getting some tweaks as well, and some of that philosophy is being adopted for the deep elves. So we just like it, and we're going to keep making it look better. And I know it's not for everybody, but I feel that once you get in the game and play it, everything just starts making sense and just looks good together. So I mean, if you don't like it, be patient. We're improving, and give the game a fair shake. I fucking love Adrullin Online Adventures. It's a voxel game. It looks like Minecraft, but it is so damn good. It's a great game. I don't think, I know some people, art style is very, very important to them, and it's a make or break thing, but I don't think it should be a make or break thing. If you're listening to this, do not make it a make or break thing. Give the gameplay a shot too, and see if the art style doesn't just work for you, as you grow more accustomed to the gameplay and whatnot. Because you may find you have an appreciation of it that grows over time. Zukin, buddy, how's it going? What is your favorite class in M&M, and what was your main back in Classic EQ? My first main in Classic EQ was a druid. It wasn't my first character, but it was my first main that I took past into the 20s and beyond. My other mains in EQ were warrior and rogue. So I was an early adopter to the dual boxing scene. Don't know pitchforks, please. But I had the whole what are the switches called again? V something. I can't even remember. It's been so long. KVM switch is what it is. I had like a KVM switch set up because I had an older brother who was super tech savvy, like programmer, just real smart guy. And I have. I shouldn't say had. He's still alive. But yeah, like he had that set up, so I had my druid and my warrior duo, and I loved it. And then later on, I rolled a rogue on the Wraith server, probably late pop era kind of time, and I played a rogue on P99 green very extensively. So yeah, those are my mains. For World of Warcraft, I was also a warrior and druid player, believe it or not. I started with warrior, I went to druid. Oh, and then also, I mean, my main for most of my WoW career was actually paladin, because yeah, it just became paladin over time. And then, but I really do truly love the warrior class in WoW. Game is fire, don't listen to any of the naysayers. Thanks, bud. Hey, good to see you, Keganen. Need those massive bearded wood elves. Yeah. Game looks good, love the art style. Thank you. love the love for AoA. Dude, so good. It's so good. I want to play it. Hidden Tree. I just want to play more AoA. Thank you. Why doesn't my older brother work on M&M? My older brother, he's working on his own projects and companies and stuff. So, you know, other than like a necromancer, he played on my account on EverQuest back in the day. He never really got into EverQuest. He's more of like a Civilization and Factorio and kind of guy. I got him onto Path of Exile too. He played a bit of that, and he was also playing some Elden Ring. But and we both shared a love for Final Fantasy growing up. That was one of our big gaming connections. I used to watch him play the Final Fantasy games because he's 8 years older than me. But yeah, you know, I've got my projects, he's got his. That's just how it's been. He's worked at some real, big tech companies. He's an outstanding programmer. Have I tried Turtle WoW? Yes, I have. So my main barrier with Turtle WoW is that I am very particular about my UI, and the client seems really crashy when using the UI add-ons. So that's my main qualm with playing Turtle WoW and Project Epoch, stuff like that. But in my online friend group, we dabble in classic hardcore. We don't raid or anything. We just level super casually. So that's kind of my World of Warcraft stuff these days. Is just WoW classic hardcore, which I've been playing mostly priest on, by the way. I have like 4 priests that are between like 1 to 30. Most of them are in their teens, or like 5 priests, I think. And I actually never played priest back in the day. It's kind of a new thing for me, but yeah. How many doors are in that room, dude? There's doors everywhere, dude. They just go to different places, man. I don't know. It's crazy. Good to see you, by the way, dude. And thanks for streaming the game. I really appreciate that. Turtle WoW has gotten a lot better with UI. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it has. And I've seen some of the custom things that they've done with their launcher to like kind of fix various issues. I think I just need to spend more time with it, right? And get it set up how I want. But yeah, it's just, I find it easy to log into hardcore and just enjoy that because I have my UI just perfect, and it's, I'm not limited by what exists for the Wrath client or whatever, right? Will you be making a loot all button? No. Not for Monsters and Memories. If we do any kind of like things later down the line that are more convenient, maybe. But this is Monsters and Memories is gonna have a kind of set design philosophies, right? There's gonna be kind of more old school interactions and more old school visual notifications and whatnot. So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit different. And that's okay. I think not every game needs to have all those features, right? Like if you're trying to hit a specific feeling with your game, like you shouldn't just check off every MMO feature that's been adopted over the years into the mainstream MMOs. Like I think you just have to implement what makes sense for your game, even if it's less convenient. We're not being inconvenient to be inconvenient, but we are being a little bit more inconvenient to facilitate a certain feel of the gameplay. And I think that's okay. There's at least one panic room. What's up, Simon? Good to see you, bud. What was the idea behind having each priest with a special buff? Priest, HP, druid, AC, shaman stats. I mean, that was kind of the idea behind it. They each have their own special buff. However, I think I want to expand the buffs a bit, and especially with some of the chatter about in a closed alpha with like the health pools, HP pools. It may become a necessity. We'll see. But yeah, it'd be cool for there to be some more buffs. Thanks for answering questions. M&M is definitely a winner for me. It's the first MMO in a long time that managed to capture the nostalgia magic of old. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a dream to be making this game. It's a dream to be in this game. Like, I wanted a game like this. I just didn't think I was gonna be involved in making it. So to have the position that I do in this project and in creating this world and game is it's a very special thing for me. It goes beyond just having a job. It's yeah. You rather dislike that only cleric can res? Yeah, I hear you, but hey, druid animal res? I mean, resing your mounts and stuff. Like, I think it's okay to have classes that have unique stuff and are better at things, and just I think it's annoying, but I think that shaman and druid get enough that they're feeling pretty great right now. Though I'm gonna be looking at those special healing lines though. I feel that they're a little bit strong, so I may make it so that there's a little bit less effectiveness there for shamans and druids. So clerics can shine there a bit more, but also kind of create some fun, like, interplay with that. So, like, maybe if you throw up the hot as a shaman, your baseline heals become more effective, or create some kind of special effect by using them. So, I think that the hot is probably overtuned, and I think that maybe the druid heal is slightly overtuned as well. But I'll be looking at that in the coming months. Don't get worried, because I don't want those classes to be bad. I don't want them to be subpar healers. But I do want the cleric to feel special, and right now the cleric, other than res and HP buff and some other things, doesn't feel as special as they could. So it's definitely an area that I've been thinking about. Charm nerfs win? We'll see. It's I want Charm to be good, but I don't want Charm to be so good that it ruins the game. Add to cleric instead of taking from others. It's not that I want to take that from others. It's that I feel that the others are in a state that are a little too powerful, and reducing them a bit could make the cleric shine a little bit. But in general, what you're saying is accurate. I want to add more to the cleric to make them feel more special. So it's not like I want to nerf druid and shaman to make the cleric stand out. I just think it'll be a side effect of something that already probably has to happen anyways. Does that make sense? Any chance you could consider limiting slow spells to a fixed percent slow, for example 25%, and then higher ranks of the spell can affect higher level mobs and last longer, sort of like charm ranks do? In EQ, slow is such an OP ability because of how much damage it mitigates at higher levels due to mobs doing more and more damage, higher ranks, slower, high percentages on top of that. Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. You know, we've done some stuff already with like movement speed and whatnot. Not to the charm analogy, but yeah, you know, it's a possibility. And it could be a mechanism that we utilize to help balance some of that stuff. But then again, you know, I think slow being powerful feels cool too, so there's that side of the coin. Do weapons not affect necropets, elipets? Currently no, but they used to, and they're meant to again soon. So yes, they will be. Thoughts on crossbow for ranger to increase their DPS? I'm pretty sure we've said there will be no crossbows just because we don't want it in world, like from a fantasy world standpoint. But if the issue with rangers is we need to increase their DPS, then we could just increase their DPS. They don't need crossbows to do that, right? And right now, and ranger isn't necessarily meant to have higher DPS than fighter. But yeah, like I don't know. We'll see. They're meant to be on a similar footing. So if they're not on a similar footing, then we'll work to correct that. AoE Sanctuary type group heal where positioning matters. They need a way to get mana back from melee or something. Yeah, that'd be cool. Definitely want to get group heals in, and you know, some positional stuff would be great. Hey, First, how's it going, buddy? See you in here. Reposting, not sure if you saw our answer. Bard Light song. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write a couple things down. Also, Spellblade Light spell. Wouldn't it be cool if your Spellblade like kind of lit up your blades and you kind of used them as torches? I think that'd be pretty neat. It's like a utility thing, right? It's not necessarily gameplay, but. Gotta drink some water. Sorry, throat is dying. What are your thoughts on a consolidated enchanter buff? Combining int, wisdom, charisma buff into one, akin to the shaman buff. I think it makes sense. But I have been thinking lately about maybe moving some of that to another class. So maybe they don't get all of that. They only get some of that. Or they do get all of it, but you can partially stack it with some other things from another class. Well, let me make a note for that. Two forms of healing that would definitely be borrowed: Rune Priest from Warhammer Online and Disciple from Vanguard. Yeah, so I think those classes did active healing really good. To what extent we take healers into an active role is yet to be determined, but there is a certain expectation that, you know, there is some downtime of playing a healer, and you don't want to make it too active for this crowd, right? Like, but having some options to make it active for the person that wants to do that, I think that would be nice, but not to the extent that it's like make or break the class. But yeah, those classes referenced are phenomenal classes. They were very cool and innovative when they came out. Spellblade could use more flavor now. Yeah, I mean, definitely coming. There's a lot more we want to do with Spellblade. Clerics should be able to do more DPS than other healers at least. Yeah, definitely bursty damage, I think, would make a lot of sense. With those like holy nukes and stuff. AoE heal. Yeah, it'd be cool. Be cool while tanking and stuff. How about clarity? Will it be available from any caster? No, no. Oh, that's Enchanter's thing. Yeah, an AoE heal. Yeah, AoE heals like PB AoE heals as well as like yeah, targeted group heals would also be cool as well. Agreed, most healers shouldn't be active. Great to have a single class that has an option. Yeah, it would. Options are nice. Is Inquisitor getting more? Yeah, they will get more for sure. Everything was probably going to get more. Like no class is done. They're just at different states of completion, and the goal is to get them their core mechanics in for early access, and to flesh out their lines more for early access. Rogue, Archer, Wiz are supposed to be S tier. That's right. Doesn't Water Pet currently give mana regen from Elementalists? Oh yeah. So I meant like specifically like the Clarity buff. There are classes that bring mana regen, like Water Elemental, Pet, Bard, Song, stuff like that. Those are kind of considered secondary forms of it. Um, Whereas like when I think of Clarity, I think of like the Tranquility line from the Enchanters and Eminem and stuff like that. Yeah, it could be either classic EverQuest. It could be a PB AoE around the target. Well, PB AoE implies that it's point blank around the caster. Targeted AoE would imply that it's point blank around your target, right? Many clerics play cleric to be able to mitigate damage and react to heals. Yeah. Wizards are so strong right now, don't nerf. Yeah, I gotta see where they're at. So the only thing that I've been looking at nerf-wise with Wizards is, and probably Druids as well, is their high-end nuke damage. I don't know that. Maybe a slight pullback on some of the high-end values, but yeah, we'll see. What's the mount situation? Mounts are mostly done. They're waiting on a few things to be like 100% done, or at least done for the initial implementation. It's just that we've had some other priorities pop up. This playtest for one, and class stuff as well. And then there's a couple other like blockers that we need to address. But in general, they are mostly done for the initial implementation. Balance the game around wizards. They feel good. Yeah, dude. Wizards and memories. Cleric should learn more into reactive healing. I say the delayed prayer spell line that heals after 6 seconds. How about providing them with a reaction heal buff? Like 2-minute buff, 2-minute cooldown. Whatever feels right. That only activates when your target hits 40 to 50% HP. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff, like a divine intervention kind of thing. It'd be nice. Are mounts a mid-game thing? So the progression has yet to be kind of determined and fleshed out. I think you're going to have to either have a good amount of capital, or you're going to have to be like really good at animal taming to get mounts. I don't know. And then not all of them are for speed. In fact, most of them aren't for speed. They're for a load-bearing rig, essentially. It's meant for additional inventory space and weight allowance and stuff like that, right? So actual mounts aren't meant to replace speed of the wild. Will my ogre carry a gnome as a mount? Last I saw there was a screenshot with that, so I think yes. We'll see. Speaking of, that means I gotta work on traits. Traits and racials. Saddlebags and tailoring is for your mount, yes. Yeah, that's right, Dirty Old Socks. So there's saddlebags, there are... what else is there, actually? God, I'm bad at this. Somebody in the chat can help me. But, yeah, there's 3 slots that a mount has, and saddlebag is one of them. Yeah, the barding, that's correct. Pack harnesses, cart rigging. Yeah, so that's going to be cool, not only because you get to customize your mount, but it's also going to engage trade skillers to create those things and have, need those skills to have the to be able to make those. So it'll be nice, cool boost to the economy. Wasp mount for gnome is compelling. Yes, it is quite compelling. Will the deep races get ultra vision, or will they have to choose it? Same with trolls and regen and such. So the thought in the past would be that you have to choose it, but I think we may go the route of certain racials just being innate for those races. So you don't have to choose them necessarily. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a conversation. We haven't finalized that decision, but it's been pitched essentially. So it's just a matter of like saying like, okay, let's do this, and then we do it. Cartography. Yeah, people want their maps. People get pretty upset. Sorry, upset's not the right word. They get emotional about the maps. No, that's not a right word either. But yeah, people definitely want to see cartography. It's just a matter of how do we prioritize it. In principle, we're not afraid of having maps that are non-GPS. So, but again, like I'd rather ship some other trade skills first, personally, and then just allow the community to make dope ass maps like they have been. And allow those people to, like get to contribute to the community in that way. So for me, it's not one of my huge priorities, but I can understand if, certain people playing the game are like, damn, please just give us a map, dude. And so I get that sentiment. Yeah, it should never be pinpoint me on a map. And yes, different levels of qualities. I agree with that. That there should be scribble maps, right? Like maybe even for like quests or something, right? Like that would feel cool. Like, hey, I scribbled this on a paper for you. Go do this thing or whatever, right? So it'd be neat for certain quests. Will there be a limit on the number of trade skills that a character can learn? There isn't right now, and there's no intention to limit it. I'll die on a hill. No, I'll die on the no map hill. Yeah, I feel you. The AOA map is cool. It is really cool, and it does work. I did utilize it effectively, so I like it. It's just a matter of prioritizing certain things or not. That's what it comes down to. Seems so counterintuitive that your stance on the game in UI is sort of a minimal, no invasive approach, but if you need to consult a map, you need to completely alt-tab out a game. Dude, you can print it out, man. You don't have to alt-tab out a game. Just have a piece of paper. Seriously, like, I hear you. Like, I'm not saying that we aren't contradicting ourselves. We probably are contradicting ourselves. We're just making the game the way we want to make it and prioritizing the things that we want to prioritize them. And does that make us hypocritical? Probably. And I apologize if this is the case, but we're just doing what we can, man. That's all I can really say. Don't you have phones? Yeah, I do. Speaking of AOA, any plans of adding a group player compass and that turns on close to your group mates? Like as a group finder, no. Not like an arrow that like the Pantheon thing. No, but one of the ideas I did have was maybe Ranger. That's a perk for Ranger in group. Is that you have that UI element potentially for the Ranger, because he's supposed to be able to be so good at tracking, and that would be in addition to regular tracking. But that's also just an idea. I want to see what other people on the team think. In EQ, at least, we had a command to get our coordinates. So the reason we don't have that is because we don't want people GPS mapping with like NParse and third-party applications like that. We don't want LOC for certain reasons. It's not to be mean. It's just we want to create a certain type of experience. If people want maps, you need to implement a system where you quest for a cartographer in new areas and you have to visit points of interest to earn a map. That's an idea. Tracking makes sense, yeah. Can we get Camp Desktop? You don't have it? Maybe I'm just so used to using my Camp Fast that you can't use. I'll say Camp Desktop. That on there. There is a friends list, yes. Anything to say about the archaeology skill? I keep seeing that vendor and wandering. It's just one of those skills that we haven't designed out yet, but it would be really cool to do that sooner than later. So we can have those cool skills in, but no super concrete thoughts on it. Plans for Spycraft? The kind of joke was that you skill it up by breaking mez. But again, same as archaeology, there's just no concrete plans. It's just like, this would be really cool to have, and yeah, again, we need to start thinking about them. Expendable scroll that points you to the group leader would be cool. That'd be nice. I like seeing big numbers. What class would you recommend? Rogue? Rogue, wizard, definitely. How about a face party member spell? Oh, that's, yeah, like a sense. I don't think we support sense other than, well, we support like true north kind of thing, right? With polar alignment north. But I don't know if we can do like that. That'd be a cool functionality though. Face. I'm taking note on that. What is on the other side of those doors? So there's a closet, and then there is a door to exit the room. The 2 doors is the closet. Please on Camp Desktop. Yes. Alt F4 is fast camp. With risk. There's always that little risk. I'm disappointed that I offered you to pander my pinky toenail pics for a sow that you said absolutely nothing. I apologize, Katie. I apologize. Good to see you, by the way. And that is your first message in my chat. I like it. Any chance of adding emoji support for chat? I don't think so. In fact, I think we already support too many emojis on the housing signs. So yeah, I think we either fix that or need to fix that. When are the high elves and trolls coming? So that's yet to be determined, right? Like, it's all gonna depend on our cadence post EA and how successful EA is. And how, you know, what our strategy is for EA post EA launch is gonna determine that. But my hope is sooner than later. You know, I honestly want to get trolls in sooner than most, probably. And I also think that getting high elves in makes sense with Califrey already being in the game. So it's a matter of, you know, Sean, Ollie, and I looking at the schedule and like kind of determining how that will work. Maybe archaeology can be like digging in Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, and there is plans for like some stuff with digging in the game already. Like shout out SOD, I really like the treasure map concept. So expect something like that, at least. AOA having party directions was nice, yeah. Is there a tracking skill for rangers? Not yet. There will be. What's up, Camden? Thanks for the emoji, bud. Can we post GIFs in OOC chat? You could try. If you succeed, please let us know. Is there an estimate for how many dungeon-style zones will be available on EA launch? So I don't really want to say because we're a little bit secretive. We're not announcing all of our zones. I'll put it that way. Like, there are probably zones that exist that you can discover that we haven't talked about publicly. So I don't want to confirm a hard number. For the major dungeons that we have announced, obviously we have Wormsbane, we have Telekir, and we have Fallen Watch. Fallen Watch is not available yet, but those are the core zones that we have announced. And then also Rothold coming in Module 1, that's announced as well. So those are our major dungeons. However, there are many lesser mini dungeons at varying sizes, and you know, some of them you have discovered and know very well, like the Infested Crypt and Ancient Crypt, and you know, like the sewers and whatnot. And those will, you know, some of them will get, like the sewers will get expanded on. The sewers will probably become like a mainstay dungeon, if I had to guess. It's just large enough for it. And I want it to get even bigger. Again, the list is kind of hush hush because we are trying to surprise a little bit with some of the zones. Will there be a compass or some type of indicator for party members? Like I said, it might be a ranger functionality, but in general, no. Compass, yeah, sorry, I didn't answer that clearly earlier. I don't know about the compass. I have to talk to Sean and Ollie about that one, but it's a possibility. And if anything, you would need the compass item for sure. How about that awesome map of Wormsbane that was posted in community content? Damn, all hand-drawn too crazy. Yeah, I linked that to the team. It's inspirational. It's great. It's a very beautifully done map. Why is fall damage off? Because there is some issues with, like, I believe it's the nav mesh, like, getting shifted and causing you to think you're, like, falling sometimes on the server. So you randomly take random huge amounts of fall damage and stuff like that. So, it's disabled so you don't randomly die sometimes. What level is the sewers? So it starts at like level 1 or 2, but it goes up from there. Let's see. One of the reasons I asked is right now Wormsbane feels really cramped / camped right now. I'm hoping there are a lot of options as we level up, being quite so packed. Yeah, we've been working on that. Is creating more outdoor camps, kind of expanding like the spawn volumes and whatnot. So yeah, we're working on that. Not being able to see group members buffs feels bad. I have some ideas for that. I don't want the UI to feel like intrusive and like, I know like some people like to play with like, I want all the buff icons on, even if there's like 50 buffs on one person, and like that to me is like, okay, great. Like I feel that's excessive. So I think I think we'll find a way where you can see your group members on, you know, buffs, like, or your buffs on group members visually. But I don't want it to be this thing where like suddenly everybody's UI is cluttered with like tons of buff icons. Glad that you're confirming trolls are next month. Yeah, nah. We'll see when they come. Hopefully it's sooner than later. Will rogues get safe fall or something with acrobatics? Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah. It's something, you know, flavor things like weight or safe fall. I'll write that down just so I don't forget. Will lizards and trolls come out around the same time? Not sure. One of them may come sooner than the other for lore specific reasons. Not 100% sure. But that would be cool if they did come around the same time, wouldn't it? PvP server crap in the bed? What's going on? Let me see. I'll open Slack real quick. Hair girl is crapping the bed. So hopefully somebody takes a look. Is there a tinkering profession in the works? There will be, yeah. Actually, that's what I wanted to, you know, that's actually one of the things I wanted to work on, trade skill wise. So I'm gonna make a note of that. Who's been making that new section in the sewers? Looks awesome. That's Chinny D. Chinny D made the sewers. I actually saw recently, I think Quados was running around in there on stream last night, and it looked amazing. So I need to go in there and populate it because I've been the one that's kind of been populating and itemizing the sewers, but it's a very work in progress, incomplete zone that hasn't gotten a lot of focus lately. But I think with, you know, gearing up for underdogs and stuff like that, I think it makes sense to fill that with content. But again, it's all going to come down to prioritization and whatnot. And we do have a zone finalization kind of pass that we're going to be ramping up a bit more heading into early access launch. So a lot of zones that need love will be getting love in form of rares, itemization, balance, general itemization, and stuff like that. Density passes, art passes, a number of different things. So, yeah. What if we hover over their nameplate and it shows? What shows? Sense magic lets you see others' buffs. Yeah, you can consider others if you have sense magic, and you see a text representation of the buff. But I understand that not everybody wants that, right? It was kind of like, hey, this would be cool and makes sense with this kind of old school style. Let's get it in while we figure out how we're gonna do visual buffs, right? Visual representation of the icons. So yeah, again, not meant to be like the thing necessarily, but just something cool as a for now. Yeah, right? Yep. Detect magic to see group buffs, exactly. I tripped on a rock in the last test, took 300 damage. I had 80 hit points. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just, you know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, right? You know, and you got to be careful when you're walking around. If you see a little stone on the ground and you trip, you could seriously injure yourself. So be careful out there. Don't want to take 300 damage. What if we hover over their nameplate and it? Oh, okay, I already asked that. What was that about? I don't know. Thanks for doing the stream, Nick. It's really nice to hear the rationale behind a lot of the game features. Yeah, I'm glad to kind of, you know, Sean does it a lot. So it's nice to kind of like give my take or spin on things, right? Like, not spin, like I don't know if that's the right word for it, but like kind of my takes and kind of like the thought behind it. Again, like we're not trying to make the game like a pain in the ass just to, you know, do that. Like we really are thinking about the implications of things very carefully, and we don't like. And while some things like may seem obvious that like you should have this, it's like we're thinking about things a little bit differently, and we don't want there to just be an MMO feature checklist that we go down and check it off because we have to, right? We want to create a certain gameplay experience. So yeah, glad to share some of the rationale and kind of get that out there, so you don't think we're all, you know, kind of just putting you in like a cage and kind of laughing at you, right? You know, we're all suffering together. And that's what makes the game so beautiful, is like players come together and they make quality of life is the players that you meet along the way. Like, players are quality of life. They provide you with quality of life. In EverQuest, the min-max, if you're playing solo, is probably to log in and like go to the East Commons tunnel and ask for buffs. Like, think about that, right? Like, you dramatically increase your survivability and leveling speed and damage by finding people to buff you. So these games are all about social interactions and meeting, you know, talking with people. If you are choosing to be solo and not engage any players, you're gonna have a horrible time. Don't do that. There's plenty of games that are amazing at doing that. Like, play WoW Classic. Like, I love playing WoW Classic and just ignoring everybody, doing quests, and just kind of like chilling out, right? Like, but this is a game that's meant to be shared. You're meant to talk to other people. And yeah, there's gonna be things that feel like a pain in the ass, but people help you get through them. So yeah, that's my spiel on it. I think that not every game needs to adopt the same principles or feature sets. Overall, very good job. Kudos to the team. Thank you. Down with the PvP server? Hey, man. Indy Patron. I love your videos, man. The PvP server one was great, and thank you for being such a good sport. Those guys on there can be really, really rough. Will the enchanting crafting profession be added anytime soon? Yes, actually, that's very high up on my list, because we just got the functionality recently to add like poisons and enchantments and stuff to items. So yes, and we'll probably like flag certain items as magic and add disenchanting, stuff like that. So yes, soon. TM. Looks like it's back up now. Okay, good. I'm assuming you're talking about Haradrel. Will tinkering be gnome only? So I think the current thought is alchemy and tinkering won't be gnome and shaman only, stuff like that. It'll be just open to everybody, but maybe there are some things like, maybe it's regional, right? Like maybe you have to go to the gnome city to, you know, get certain materials or whatnot, right? Or trainers, right? So maybe it's not restricted by class or race, but it's more regionally restricted or something. But that's just an idea off the top of my head. Can tinkering allow a raid or group to track DPS? Now that's thinking outside the box. I like that, Sephiroth. Will the enchanting crafting profession be added? Oh my god. That's the third time I've done this, right? Read the same question. God. Alright. PvP server just died again. I'm submitting my ticket here. Oh. Haradrel may be getting DDoSed. Not 100% sure. But that is a likely situation. I will send Ali a DM, but I don't know that he's around to really do much. We could look at restarting it. I'll let the other guys know that are around. But yeah, it's potential that's getting DDoSed. Yeah, PvP probably DDoS. Yeah, as sad as it is to say that, that is likely the case. Should we switch Krivia to PvP without warning? No. Krivia is my. This is where my beautiful 30 necromancer is. I don't want to be DDoSed. Look at him. Right. It's up again currently. Okay, that's good. Did I miss the alpha giveaway? No, I actually, you know what? Let's do a quick giveaway. Oh, a second here. Doing a quick closed alpha giveaway. Twitch.tv/NickHotz. So, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? First person who sends me a tell on Krivia gets a alpha key. Don't worry. I didn't say, you know, I didn't say that Rel and Haradrel won't get any. Sorry, I'm not very creative with my contests, as you've seen in Discord. I don't have any curveballs today. Alright. Congrats, Delita. Let us see here. Alright. Let's go over to, let's see what's going on with Haradrel. And let us see. Alright, I gotta throw you a curveball for Rel. Don't start setting me tells on Rel until I have an idea. Curveball. God damn it. I hope you guys are paying attention. Rats, ketamine. Congrats, Tenderly. Aren't you already in the alpha? Don't worry, Delita. I'm gonna hide your stuff. Congrats. Okay. Hopefully I didn't. Yeah, I don't think I revealed anything. Come res us from the server crash? I can help out with that. So let us see here. Let me get ketamine added to the alpha. Congrats. All right. What's going on in here? Let us get you a res. So somebody here looted their corpse, so I'm going to bring it back. Aerodrel. Oh, 1 second. I gotta turn off the baby monitor real quick. Okay, let's see here. Bristle. All right. So yeah, you can kind of see here. What we're able to do is list all of your corpses, and we can see if they're expired, what kind of coin they have on them, and then what I was able to do here in the database was change the expiry timer from 0, because when you loot your corpse, it gets set to 0, but I can change it to a higher number, and then that lets me summon your corpse out of the abyss, out of nowhere basically, and then res it. So if you are needing a res because of a crash on Haradrel, you could either send me a tell or put in a petition. Let me take a quick look at the petition queue. Died during server down. Let's see if I can find this person. Shaded dunes. Let me check that out real quick. Claim petition. How do you participate in the giveaway? You just pretty much wait for me to come up with some asinine way. We've given away 2 alpha keys already, one on Krivia and one on Rel. So Haradrel is due for 1. Wow, that was fast, Zero. That was fast. Dude, I thought my client froze for a second. No, it's actually fine. Okay. Grats. Did I not cover up my chat all the way? No, I did. He's just good. All right, congrats Zero on the Herogel server of getting into the alpha. The Herogel server? Yes. The Herogel server, that's right. As a streamer, I am curious, if I had gotten into the alpha, is there an NDA involved? No, but it's kind of like an honor code, right? We don't want you, like, posting videos or streaming the closed alpha. So we're asking that you don't do that, and you don't post to spoiler sites like the wiki and stuff like that. We just want people to just be, you know, low-key about it and don't do any of that. Just drop. Sixth time. If population exceeds expectation, what's the plan to decrease camp crowding? Sorry, I got distracted with the contest and some reses in game because one of our servers went down to DDoS probably. If population exceeds expectation, what's the plan to decrease camp crowding? There isn't a plan currently. We really just want to provide enough content that there is always spots in the world that you can XP at. If you can't get the camp that you want all the time, we're okay with that. Like, we have to be okay with that. Unless we want to just run a ton of different servers, which I don't think we want to do. So, the plan is to, you know, if we need to increase, like, or decrease the spawn timers temporarily in certain areas, or if we need to, you know, just add more content to the game, then that's kind of what we'll do. But we don't really have like a hard plan for it, I would say. It'd be a good problem to have, and I think we could come up with some solutions like that, but it's not something that we're like super concerned about currently. Dude is having a baby next month? That's not true. That is not true. I feel really like this is going to be more popular than planned. Yeah, it could be. Could very well be. Like, again, it would be a good problem to have, and we're not going to shy away from any challenges like that. You know, and it's not to say that it's good to have contingency plans, and like we're kind of designing around it, like, naturally, that we don't even need to really have a plan necessarily, but we should have a concrete plan for just getting swamped with people, because yeah, like, the game can pop off more than we expect, and we need to be prepared for it. So I'm not trying to downplay like that, you know, like we don't have a plan, or, you know, like we have a plan or not, but yeah, it's something to consider before we launch. Planets and Memories when? Hopefully soon, man. Is it possible to apply for closed alpha? I frequently cannot play the public alphas on the chosen days. I would say make sure you're in the Discord and make sure you're on the mailing list. If we do a mass invite, it'll be something along those lines. Randomly selected from that, or, you know, maybe selecting certain people that are like active or been on the list for a while. I don't know. The design choice with Spellbook is interesting. What were some of the reasoning for going that route? We thought it was cool. I think RuneScape does something interesting with their Spellbooks. I didn't play much RuneScape, but we just thought it would be a cool idea, and we went with it. Now, obviously, there are consequences to that, right? Like, we have spell books on your corpse and whatnot, but we feel that the ways to mitigate those issues are there's many different ways of mitigating that issue. So while it can be inconvenient, we're not ready to like be like, oh no, we messed up, you know, like. But yeah, that's kind of where the inspiration came from. If you mean memorizing spells, it harkens back to EQ. If you mean the spellbook dropping, it adds weight to death. Yeah. If I have not said it lately, thank you for all helping us test this week. It is appreciated. Yep, exactly what Nicodemus said. When are we getting some dances in game? Hopefully sooner than later. Like, that's something I'm gonna write down. Like, we need to get dances in. No, not that. The spell book being droppable, being left on the body, etc. Yeah, just I don't know. We like it being a physical item, and naturally, because the death mechanics work the way they do, it just ended up that way. Where do we sign up for the mailing list? So go to monstersandmemories.com, and then in the top right there is a Stay Updated button, and it brings you here. So just go to that link I posted in the chat. Nick, from your viewpoint, what has been the most challenging aspect of creating M&M? I think the most challenging aspect has been the kind of work-life balance of it. Not that to say that we have any like forced mandatory like hours or anything, but because we don't. It's a volunteer project. People work on this in their spare time. But as somebody, you know, who is very invested in the success of this game, you know, it's a lot of time that you have to invest in it, and that comes at the cost of, you know, not being there all the time for your family, and not being able to participate in certain things, right? So like, I would say that's probably the most challenging part of it, is that I'm so engrossed in the development out of necessity, that certain things just, yeah. So I would say that was probably the most difficult part about working on it. Sorry, lemon candies. Have a good night. Nick, if you're voted mayor of Night Harbor, what will you do about rising food prices? I'll lower the food prices. Simple. Easy fix. Is he even in Night Harbor? Yes. I want my dwarf to rap some fire bars. Rap battles in-game when? I like it. So we gotta put in, we'll get you on the roleplay server, where we'll have the proxy voice chat, and then you can just rap as a dwarf. You can be a dwarf rapper. What about the rising goblin issue we're experiencing at the harbor? Oh man, yeah, the goblin issue is becoming quite an issue. Those goblins, man, they just don't know when to stop. We must honor all Salt Breeze tariffs. Okay. I died and can't find my body. Oh, what server are you on, dude? Help you. You'll actually visit the RP server? Nice. I'm not much of a role player. I don't know if I can do it. I'd be kind of embarrassed. Like, I feel like I'd get kind of too in my head about it. Do you have plans to add tooltips to explain stats? Basic tooltips for stats, not like, we want there to be some mystery and some kind of theory craft to it. but I think some general direction would be fine. And it's something we're considering for character creation, and then that could carry on to in-game, I guess. I'll make a note about that. Force the goblins to live in the sewers where they belong. Yeah, we need to kick them out of Night Harbor, get them back in the sewers. They've been those, you know, goblin troublemakers in the city. They need to be dealt with swiftly. Oh, sorry. I kind of just got sucked back into the man. The PvP server has been challenging with I feel bad for these guys. I really want to res this guy. Hopefully he doesn't die. Is he gonna die here? Oh, I'm doxing this guy on the PvP server. That's not good. Do not come kill this guy. Oh no. I feel like this is my fault. I need to just, yeah. Team, please, I just asked for help with the petitions, because it's hard for me to multitask this. But I'm pretty sure most people are doing fine on here. GM meddling thread incoming? Yeah. Sorry guys, well, the mobs got him. The players didn't even need to come get him. The bandits got him, so. No, don't stream snipe him. I'm gonna give him buffs. No, I won't. I won't do that. If he dies, do you think he'll be able to find his body too? Yeah, what server are you on, dude? I'll help you find your body, man. I think he'll be able to find it though. He's playing 3 characters, it looks like. The GMs are helping their friends? No. Can we add gnome punting as a combat ability? I don't see why not. So ogre, you can mount an ogre as a gnome. So ogre should be able to punt you as a damaging ability. I think that's fair. Make it like a 5-minute cooldown, you know? Like you got to recover from getting punted. But I think that's fair. I'm getting my kid to sleep right help. No worries, Encrypt. Better as traversal. That is yeah, it could be a traversal option. So Nick, if I help him get his body, can I get an alpha? No, but if you kill him, I'll be sad. I miss being able to put gear on mobs. Used to do hide and seek type of things on EQ where we'd put items on them to be found. Problem is that it makes the mobs harder, LOL. I think we could probably facilitate something like that. Like, yeah, somebody might get owned once in a while because of reasons, but I think it's fun. I think why not? Is Shrink in the game? Please say yes. Yes, Shrink is in the game. Shamans and enchanters can double Shrink. The large raises get to use their size. Very nice. Yeah, we want to do fun stuff. Just got to make sense from a balance perspective. Well, it doesn't even have to make sense from a balance perspective. It's fun. It's fun. But if it's like game breaking, the only choice ever, then we need to rethink it. I sent Nick a feet pic in front of my Planet Side 1 box. He still hasn't replied. No, just wait. Just you wait. I feel like the Shaman's dot ability costs too much mana, even later levels. Shaman dot mana costs. Mana costs in general. Okay. Adding it to my list. Thank you. Chanter charms mob. Magician summons gear for it. Chanter releases mob after buffing it up. Yeah, classic. You know, you need it. Imagine putting your gnome healer out of danger to group res after a bad pull. Well, I don't think it would be an aggro drop. It'd be like, wow, that gnome just got punted. Let's kill him. Oh my god, tiny gnomes? Yeah, dude. They get really tiny with Shrink. That was a fun pastime of buffing the halfling deputies, giving them weapons and armor to wear, and watching the NPCs waste dark elves. Yeah. Are clickies in the game currently? Yes, they are. And there's more of them that I think are undiscovered.
and proc items as well. So a lot of that stuff has been going in. Do you remember the phase spiders in EQ? They'd hit you and make you warp, so you had to be careful where you fought them. Yes, I do. Dragon Necropolis, right? Paladin Restorative Strike seems weak. Yeah, it's not meant to be strong necessarily, but the fact that it's free makes it strong in this kind of game. So I feel that maybe Mark of the Crusader like makes it too irrelevant to the point where like you don't want it. I could see that being the case. So like maybe Restorative Smite needs some other kind of property or functionality that makes it worthwhile. Eminem taking over WoW. We're all witnessing the biggest gaming company in the industry right now. I'm calling it right now. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, just found a bug. When Invis, if you change gear, at the very least equipping a torch makes your armor and dwarf beard appear. It's kind of amusing. Something with dwarves and equipping? Okay, I'll write that down. Dragon Necropolis, so much fun. Yeah, it's a good zone. It's so much worse than SK abilities. It does like 3 damage. Okay. I'll take a look at Restorative Smite. Yeah, the damage isn't meant to be good on it, but maybe it needs to just do more damage. That could be something. EQ had something called Ancient Spells that did that. Could be cool. Yeah, Ancient Spells, I definitely remember. Thanks, Will Help. I'm not going to read that, but I appreciate it. I think it's client side only, but still freaky looking to see only armor, weapons, speared. Yeah, if any character guys are in the chat, I'm sure you probably know about it, but we definitely have some bugs with like equipping stuff and illusions and stuff that affect our characters that we need to get resolved. That invis bug applies to all classes. Yeah. Yeah, using slam, it just doesn't seem right. I think you're talking about... Oh, versus using slam. Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, it was meant to be something that you actively make a decision over. Like, most of the time, you're meant to use slam, right? But if you need to fish for, like... Or not fish for heals, because it's guaranteed, kind of, usually. But, unless you miss... But the idea is that you kind of like make the decision: do I need to heal myself or do I need to do damage? But I think that's a little bit too like black and white. So maybe like providing a buff or something. And I think there needs to be more there. So thank you for the call out on Restorative Smite. I'll definitely take a look at it. Make it cooler. Make sure you're putting this in the class channel feedback. Yeah, make sure that you put stuff in class feedback on Discord. It definitely helps reading some stuff. And yeah, can Minor Illusion be made to do something? Yeah, Minor Illusion, well, yeah, Minor Illusion is meant to do something. It's basically, well, I don't think the tooltip is very descriptive of what it is going to do, but essentially it's probably going to be, so it roots you in place, turns you to a random prop near you, and then it's basically like you have sneak, but we're also thinking of adding a functionality where it reduces your, it's like a reverse pacify, so you're like, if you are, yeah, it's kind of basically like a reverse pacify, like it reduces the aggro range of you. Any chance of Shaman getting group speed of the wild? So I was thinking about group buffs, and I think there are worth having, but I feel that they should be tied to research or spellcrafting or whatever we call it. I think it just, I don't know why that makes sense in my brain, but I just like it. So it's probably going to be like, hey, you want quality of life for your buffs? Go buy the spell or go make it. So I don't know, it just felt good to categorize those spells as research for some reason. Pack of the Predator was removed from Beast Master. Are they going to get a different kind of aura? Maybe for pets or something. But what I didn't like about Pack of the Predator was basically that it was devised as a utility for devised as a utility for hybrid DPS classes to make up for the fact that they are not S or A tier DPS. So, being a ranger, you're doing B tier DPS. However, being in a group with 5 archers or 5 rogues, suddenly you're A tier. I explained this earlier. You're A tier DPS because of that, right? The damage that they gain out of it makes you worth having that, being in that slot. Beastmaster, now I could be wrong on this, but I felt that Beastmaster, being a class with double attack, a melee class with double attack and strike, and also having a pet that's comparable to the Necromancer and Elementalist, plus having Pack of the Predator, was just too much. I just felt like it was too much. And I felt like a class like Ranger or Spellblade that don't have a pet, I think it makes a lot, or A or S tier DPS, I think it made a lot more sense for those classes to be the classes that get Pack of the Predator, or auras like Pack of the Predator. So there's still some more figuring out with it to be had, but that was my reasoning for removing it. And I'm sorry if it has decreased anyone's enjoyment of the Beastmaster. But there are cool things coming for Beastmaster that I hope that the void of Pack of the Predator doesn't make you quit the class or not want to play it anymore. But that's just my take. I could be wrong. Let me know. Who casts Pack of the Predator? It's an aura for Rangers. It used to be Ranger and Beastmaster. I disagree only because I'm greedy and like being overly strong. Perfect. So I was correct then, right? Should we expect second or third aura choices for the rest of the hybrids like SKs get in the near future? Yes. At least for the knights, because the aura is, so for hybrid DPS probably not. They'll probably just have an aura that is exclusive to them, and then, well, the auras tend to be exclusive, but you'll only have the selection of the one aura. It's basically just like a mechanic that you bring to you and your group. Whereas knights, specifically, so hybrid tanks, aka the Shadow Knight, Paladin, and Inquisitor, will get multiple auras per class. So for example, the Shadow Knight has 2 auras currently. The Paladin will get at least 2. The Inquisitor will get at least 2. But I'd like to do I don't know, 3, 4, 5. Why not? That's kind of the whole shtick of those classes. I feel like I think that's just cool for them to have auras. So it makes sense. Dan is obsessed with Beastmaster. Yeah, a good amount of people are. I think it's one of the highest played classes, if I'm not mistaken. It's cool to be able to summon any different pet model that you like. People like the crocodile or the rat, or you kind of get to customize which one you have. Beastmasters feel really good. Rolled one this morning. I'm 12 now. Nice. I'm glad that you enjoy it. And they'll be getting more stuff too. Nick, aggro range should be larger. Yeah, it's very true that aggro range should be larger. We may have to do it on a per zone basis. I want to talk strategy about that with Sean. In general, I was even thinking about this last night of maybe just trying a global 1 to 2 unit increase. But I feel that maybe that breaks certain areas, and I want to talk strategy about Sean, because he's done this before. He's worked on EverQuest and other MMOs, so whenever I'm uncertain of something, I can always ping him and just be like, hey, what's the way to do this? And I'm pretty sure he'll say, yeah, in EverQuest we just customized it based on camp to camp basis. So that may be the case. Though I don't know if that's how it works on I mean certain mobs for sure on emulators are different, but I don't know how accurate it is to like classic like actual live EQ. But yeah. Something to look at though, because that definitely feels short for certain areas. Is there a plan to add a quest line to enchanters who choose to register legally? Right now, you get a robe and stern warning, and it's over. Yeah, there's definitely plans to expand all of that. Like Night Harbor, we're just scratching the surface with Night Harbor. There's so much more I want to do with the city. Like people are fighting right on top of me. They're trying to cause all this sound. Sorry, I just had to move away. But yeah, I think that would be cool to expand on that specific quest line as well as other quests and stuff. Good night, Zaraki. Can I tame the drakes? No, but I really think dragon taming would be amazing. Are there plans to specialize pets a bit more, like druid, bears, and shaman spirit wolves? Yeah, so like druid bears got charge, because Ollie picked on me and was like, well, he didn't pick on me, but he was like, I need charge on my bear, and I was like, okay, sure. But then like the bear on Beastmaster has bite instead of charge, and so yes, and like maybe having loadouts for pets would be cool. I don't know. We talked about loadouts for Enchant Ally earlier, as an idea. So I'm not 100% certain like what route I'd like to go with that, but yeah, I mean the idea is to kind of give them more unique stuff, right? I think maybe it'd be cool if like since it's a spirit wolf, maybe they get like some kind of phase shift or like I don't know, something related to the fact that they're a spirit wolf, right? I think having flavor is always great. As someone who's been in the industry for 17 years, it is refreshing to see a dev being this open about decisions. Please keep it up. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. LOL, you're making us nervous in AC with the combat noises, Nick. Oh, sorry, yeah. Maybe I should I go somewhere else? Like, hold on. Let me get a good view for you guys or something, you know? Oh, and then I gotta move my other character. I'll just turn his sound off. Disabled, disabled. Did I never put on music, or did it stop? Did I have music on earlier? I could have sworn that I did. How long have I been streaming? Are you gonna hire Pirate Software with development? I heard he does game development. Nice. No. Sorry to double post, but is there any looking at getting more like AoE threat generation for fighter? So they do have unnerving shout. I don't know how its threat capabilities are these days. But I think it's reasonable to expect that maybe they get some more AoE threat generation. Though I do like that certain classes would be good at AoE threat and others not so much. So maybe they do, maybe they don't. Because I also want people to like utilize their single target abilities smartly, right? Like do this to one target, do this to another target, right? So, we'll see. I'll make a note for it. Like, thank you for adding Control S, Control M. I use it daily and WoW. Yeah, it was a must add. I was very big on getting that in. Quite a bit, sir. Long stream. It's great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been going on about 3 hours. 238 in the stream. I appreciate that, guys. If you're liking the stream, maybe I'll do more of these. You know, maybe it's 2 years before I do the next stream. Maybe it's 2 weeks, 2 days. You never know. But if you're liking the stream, throw me a follow if you don't mind. You can also follow my like Twitter account for whatever reason. Like I don't even post on it, but it'd be cool to just have more followers. I don't know. I don't know why. I just like to see the number go up, same as everybody else, right? I feel like AoE taunt is a solution to bad play by groupmates. Well, yeah, I mean AoE taunt though is it's a cooldown button, right? So it's not like an always on thing. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the follows. Nick, if you wanted to mine silver, where would you go? Oh, that's a good question. I think that where would you find tin? About it. Is that Green Castle a place you can go now, or is it just for show? Well, I can go there now. You can't. But it will be a place that you can go to buy early access launch. And it is high end. It is a high end zone. If it didn't tip you off that falling past the zone that, it's in is pretty high level as it is, the next kind of progression is going to be pretty tough, right? So prove it. I can't. Should I? No, I don't want to run another zone process. Fly there? Nah, dude. I don't want to reveal what's behind the curtains, Who lives there? Can I vibe with them in EA? No. I can't talk about who lives there. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun surprise. Do it, lady. Wizard of Oz that shit. Nah, dude. Gotta save some secrets, You know what I can do though? Make it rain. Is his name Mist Young Mymore? No. Not close. Green Castle is the giant green goblin Chuck E. Cheese? Yeah. What are the rules, if any, regarding the use of AHK auto hotkeys? It's frowned upon, I would say. It could be against the rules depending on how you're using it, and how we choose to enforce it. But I don't think you probably won't get into much trouble right now. But yeah, just probably don't do it. But if you do, be nice. Found a funny bug. Casting the level 16 wizard spell Blanket of Fire also hits your characters. That's not a bug. That's a feature. We got to be careful with your targeted AoEs. Quados needs a sandstorm. Where's he at? Fallen Pass. I could head over there. Let's put a sandstorm on. How do people upgrade tattered cloth gear to regular cloth gear? Is there sewing kits? Yeah. So there's a tailoring kit. And I think you can also use the loom crafting station, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you take a piece of tattered cloth gear and then you grab some cloth scraps, and then you combine them together, and you have a chance to upgrade to a patched piece of armor. But you also have a chance of failing and destroying the piece if it's not trivial. So there's that. But hey, I mean, I feel like it's plentiful enough that it's worth the risk. And YOLO, right? Can fighters or paladins solo kind of okay? I haven't done much soloing on them, but I assume if you have the gear, it could be okay. Like depending on what you think okay is. Some people would probably think it's miserable to solo on those classes. It probably is to an extent with certain gear and level at certain level ranges, but yeah, depends. And also if you have buffs or not. Like, did you get buffs? Like, if you grab, buffs can help a lot as well. AHK is quite useful for some minor things, but very easy to abuse and do some stuff that really shouldn't be able to do. Yeah. But yeah, exactly. There is crafted armor for that. Is there an idea of how many starter zones there will be? One for each race, really. Plus other newbie / low-B zones that are, kind of connected. So, there's a starting city for each race, and there's, some lower-end zones for each race. But having all those won't be in until 1.0. Fighter doesn't have mana, but otherwise you could do okay. It's slow waiting on HP regen. And yeah, I hope people are trying to skill up Bind Wound and seeing if it is doing better for them now that it scales based off your skill. And it scales based off of your skill, but getting upgraded bandage tiers also will help. I get the music going. Let me know if the music's too quiet or whatnot, or too loud. Between bandages and leveling, tailoring, the cloth economy is abysmal starting out. Yeah. What would you recommend? I mean, to improve it, or is it just accepting, like, is it an acceptable level of abysmal? Because it is nice sometimes to have trade skills that are kind of meaningful and that, like, people actually have to put a lot of effort in. Was in the patch notes for this test, I think. Yeah. Gave bad advice earlier. It's alright. Bind Wound is better, but not very good. 34 HP from a wool scrap. When the enemies double for 4x. What's your skill, though? Might be too crazy if it's, depending on... I'll have to mess with it myself and just see where it's at. I really enjoy the music in this game. Dude, the music in this game is so phenomenal. Robert Engstrand, everybody. He is an amazing, amazing composer and musician and just all-around great guy and the biggest EverQuest fan you'll ever meet. I love that guy, dude. He's fantastic, and his music makes me nostalgic for this game. And it's not even out yet. Think about it. The music in this game is outstanding indeed, yep. It's better than sitting down, trying to regen if no healer, but run out of them quickly. You can reduce in that case. Better to have a group, of course, with heals. Yeah, it's just kind of a, like, hey, I'm soloing, make this feel less painful. He's on tour right now? Yeah, I think he was flying back earlier today, so... or, well, maybe to his next tour destination, I'm not sure. No bias, but this is the best MMO music I've heard since Age of Conan, which won awards. Yeah, and actually, hey, we won the Redbeard Flynn's little award thing. Well, Robert did, for best music in an MMO, or whatever the award was called. Best music composition and sound design, I think it was. Robert is a Chad? Yeah, absolutely. Music in Veil just made me stop and chill for a few minutes when I dipped my toes in earlier. Was lovely. It felt like tailoring trait for 25 is the best choice. Skips a lot of needed cloth to get bags / backpacks. I think the cloth shortage might be okay. It could just be the test density. Yeah, it is a good choice, I would say. And it's nice that those traits are able to like kind of like alter your start, right? So like, hey, I'm good at this thing innately. This will help me jumpstart B, C, and D skills, right? Biggest EQ nerd? I don't know. Does he have any EQ tattoos? Does he? I think he may. Or is that just Sean? Wait, does Sean actually have an EQ tattoo? I don't think it's specifically EQ. But Robert, does he have EQ tattoos? Favorite tracks so far? I like Fallen Pass, and I like Night Harbor Atmospheres, and I like the Banker theme. I think those are probably my top 3. Night Harbor / Desert Atmospheres, the ambient track that plays, by the way. It's like a 20-minute track. Gotta hit the hay soon, work in the morning. Any chance more alpha key drops before I do? I gotta think of something. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to. How do I give an alpha key away? What should I do? Okay. First person to reply to my message on Discord gets in. You have to respond to it. You have to hit the reply button. And you have to find the message. See how fast you guys are. Nice. Ranks. Congrats. Check your DM. I score an EQ guesser? Nah, I'm not. Oh, wait, so other people have to play EQ guesser and not me. That would, that'd be nice. Alright, congrats again, ranks. Welcome to the alpha. Okay, now whoever said they wanted to go to bed, they can go to bed. Does infravision work outside during night? So the latest edition of the Gamma slider has made ultravision and infravision not work properly. So we're gonna have to fix that. And currently in this build, that is not fixed. So, yeah, something that we gotta look at. Is there gonna be some way to change race when new races come out? Probably no. Like, unless we do something cool with like or like kind of tricky with the like race unlocks, like the quest unlocks, you probably won't ever be able to change your race, even paid. Like, we want people to, their characters' race and characteristics to mean something. We don't want you to just be able to willy-nilly change your race or anything like that. We don't really even want server transfers, like, unless it's absolutely necessary. We want characters to live on certain servers or certain clusters of servers if we, for some reason, need to merge some of our servers. Off the bed, just wanted to pop in, support the coolest game dev in the industry. Hey man, thanks Sean, appreciate that. Have a good night. When are the chronos coming into the game? That's not happening. Unless it's those like Euros, Chronos Euros, then maybe sooner than later. But any kind of like game token thing, that's not gonna happen. Is Levitate in, and can you show it off what it looks like? Yeah, I can show it off, but so it's not working how I wanted it to. It's not available for normal people, non-GMs, normal players to use. Oh, that was weird. Was this kind of laggy? Anyways. So, yeah. So you can't, like, force yourself down or anything. Like, I think you start falling over time. Like, I don't have fly on, right? Yeah. So it's kind of wonky how it works. It was never finished, and it was disabled early because we had mob exploitation issues and stuff with it. I don't know that we're gonna feature a traditional levitate. If we have levitate, it'll probably be short duration, cooldown based, or other things kind of put together. Just on the nature of how the world is being built, I think that it might not be the best idea to have, but it is fun, right? It was always so cool in EverQuest. So maybe there's like safe falls. Maybe we do actually do a levitate. It's going to come down to probably more of a technically based decision, and well, I guess some design too, for sure. But yeah. But this is pretty much how it works currently. Also, I want us to have, like, if you're flying like this in some kind of way, I don't know that I want you to be stuck in this animation, like you're riding an invisible motorcycle or something. Got my hog. Love it though. Alright, time to go splat. If there was fall damage. Old wizard or young wizard? Both. Why not? Will we get a second Inquisitor race by EA? Yeah, we've been intending on having a conversation about race class combinations and additions. We may let the community decide on some of these things, so keep an eye out on the Discord. But yeah, Inquisitor races, that's a good question, and just, you know, race class combos in general, we want to go over and make sure that we're like, hey, we really like this for our EA launch. So it's a conversation that we need to have between, especially with Sean and Ollie. Where did the aqueduct go? Is it not there? Should be. I think we may have messed with it a bit. Technical problems with the nav mesh, he said earlier. Yeah. Like, and there was an issue where... Thanks, Bubble. What the heck? There's a... So there's an issue where you sometimes get teleported to the safe point in a zone. And that has to do with, like, I think it has to do with the nav mesh, like, getting dislocated over time when there's load on the server. And I could be misrepresenting this issue, but I think that's the gist of it. and we need to address it. So fall damage is also disabled for that reason, to my knowledge. Can anyone download and play the game right now? Yes. Just go to monstersandmemories.com. Or actually, you could go to, here, I'll send a link, accounts.monstersandmemories.com. And you can register for an account, you can download the game client, you can get in right now. Any plans for crossbows, or are you just sticking to bows? No plans for crossbows. How's the test going so far? What's the coolest or most unexpected thing you all have learned? I think we got some good data about server stability things and like server crashing stuff. I would say that's probably the biggest and most relevant revelation for us, is finding ways, finding the next thing that we need to fix to continue the increase of stability and performance of the servers. So every time we run into a bottleneck, we just fix that, and then we retest, and then we see what's the next thing. So yeah, any information about that is, I would say, the primary use of these tests. But we also want to see, like, are there more people joining the test? How long are people staying and playing? Like, how, there's a number of different things. And it's cool to just get you guys in the game, because we've been running the closed alpha, and not everyone's able to be in the closed alpha because we want to keep it kind of tight-knit to an extent. So these kind of community open alpha tests, including everybody, feel good. So we just hope it's worth the wait. We hope that all these tests and all this development has done good and got us to a good place for when EA launches, that it feels like a game that is fun to play, and we want this, there's so much taboo around early access, but we really feel, and at least I really feel that what we're going to be providing for early access, I feel really comfortable and confident about it, because I feel that we've done a good job in regards to content, and we've fleshed out a lot of the game's content and systems. So I think as an early access release, it stands, among its peers in a way. Maybe not some of the bigger games, of course. Obviously, they've been around for forever and had crazy funding and, had a crap load of content. But, like, I feel that the content chunk that we're providing and the game that we're providing for early access, I feel really happy about. And I feel that with the team that we have, and especially when we have cash coming in, that we're going to be able to move to 1.0 in a reasonable time frame. We don't want this to be like, 10 years until 1.0. It's not going to be like that. Like, the goal is to get it done in, a couple of years at most. So that's the goal. I hope we're able to do it. Like, I'm not saying we're going to be able to do it, but things are pointing in the direction that seem like we're going to be able to do it. And if not, at least we have a sick early access game that feels somewhat complete in its own regard. Because that's been the goal with early access, is like not just get something out and then kind of build 99% of the game, right? We want a nice chunk of the game. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with things. And I think some people, like, thin slice type of display, like, the game is meatier, I think, than a lot of people realize. Like, some people that have only played in the public test, haven't gotten to see much of the world, but I think by my estimation, there's gonna be like 20 to 25 zones on EA launch. I think 20. I think the last time I did this, I think it was 24 or something. But nobody on the team, please freak out, because like that might be wrong. And but I'm pretty sure it's 24. And I think that's pretty cool considering some of our zones are quite large. But yeah, we shall see. But I think we're really getting the early access content down, and we're already starting to move on to the kind of module 1 expansion zones already. So that's cool that we're, you know, what, at least like 5-6 months out, if not slightly longer, and we're already working on the first patch or expansion update kind of thing already. I think that's a very positive sign for the future. But you know, we are a small team. It's a very challenging thing, but I think that, you know, it's a team that's punching way above their weight, and it's amazing to see. How do you feel about Necro currently? Are they solo strong classes like EQ, or they need more to their kit? I think they could always use a little bit more, but I think they're in a solid place. I have enjoyed playing my Necro. It's easy to judge it by the area immediately around Night Harbor. If people want to see more world, there's a boat that leaves each in the game morning. Yeah. Has it been stated around when early access is looking to start? Q1 2026. We've said January in the past. I am not 100% certain if it is indeed going to stay like January, but it is so far looking like Q1 is going to remain the target, if not January itself. It's easy to judge. Yeah, I just answered that. Mr. Cottleshire rated with a viewer count of 4. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate that, Mr. Cottleshire. Mr. C, hope you're doing well. Thanks again. Has it been stated around when early access is looking? Yeah, oh god, I keep doing that, man. I'm the worst. Is beta still slated to start in the August timeframe? Yeah, so the beta is slated to start Q3, or yeah, was it by Q3? Or sorry, by the end of Q3, sometime in Q3. So likely it will, and it will begin at the end of Q3 because we don't want to miss our targets. We started alpha at the end of Q2. So yeah, we are going the maximum amount of time before we are dropping that, but in general, yes, we will be still on for that target. I think the Freeport vibe for people who haven't played EQ can be a turn-off, given most starting zones are lush in other MMOs. Yeah, I mean, the desert is, you know, some people are into it, some people aren't. That's why we decided to include Phalindrel, and Evershade Wield, and, you know, Califrey zones like Keeper's Bite and Scarwood in early access. Because not only do you get another starting city, you get more variety of biomes. And yeah. Need a CS answer in Slack, okay. Where am I looking for that? Customer service. Will there be a Kinos counter to Night Harbor? Well, it won't necessarily be any relevance to Kinos necessarily, but we do have plans for 2 other large cities in the world. And I think we've talked about them. We've talked about Terralon and Eastham. The Terralon is, well, I don't know how much we revealed about this, so I'll be careful. But yeah, there are plans for 2 other large cities. Do you have any idea when crafting will go into the Elven area? Oh, like crafting stations? Oh, that's a good point to bring up with Rift. When will trolls be available? Well, it's unknown right now, but, you know, if I had a... Well, I do have a say, but if, you know, like, I think it would be cool to get them in sooner than later, but it's going to depend on our content strategy. But I think in principle it would be cool to have trolls in because they're such a, like, beloved race. So I think the sooner the better. Can you talk about a bit about the dwarf city? Not really. Sorry, we keep it close to our chest. I don't know how much we've talked about the Deep Elf city, but it's looking really cool. Like, we still have yet to start the actual creation of the zone, but the region itself seems really cool. And then, like, how you leave the city and, like, the zone that you come to upon leaving the city, I think is a really neat kind of concept. It'd be nice to have a second large race. Go trolls. Yeah. Any idea when the stats will be balanced for races? Curious to see what race stats will look like. Primus MMO, rated with a viewer count of 43. Hey, welcome in, Primus and Raiders. Appreciate that raid. Hope you were enjoying Monsters and Memories. What'd you get into today? Welcome, welcome. So the question was, any idea when stats will be balanced for races? Hopefully, yeah, before early access launch. It's something that we need to get done. Stats for races. I'll write it down. Or racial unique stats, basically. Any plans to have spell scaling, like a spell power or healing power equivalent to attack power? So, I don't want to give away too much with stats, but it's possible that we will see that down the line, if not sooner than later. But I'm going to be very conscious on, like, how that affects the balance and stuff, because we don't want to uproot the balance too much. I personally, like, get sad whenever the balance gets like too far upset. Is there a spitball range of cost on monthly? What? Monthly? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Spitball range of cost on... Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. Oh, sub range? Monthly? Oh, spitball range of oh my god, I'm stupid. The spitball range of cost. So it's no box cost, it's no microtransactions, it's just a $15 a month sub, and you can reduce that 15 by doing 3, 6, or 12 months increments. But yeah, it's just straight sub, that's it, for anything. And it's 15. No lifetime. No. But you can, yeah, you can do the 3, 6, 12. Are race stats placeholder, or was the vision for them to be relatively close together? I don't know that the vision was necessarily for them to be relatively close together, but I think they may feel a little bit more close together because the stats are crunched more compared to a game like EQ or what have you. That being said, it may still feel like, you know, there's a sizable difference between like ogre and gnome warrior or fighter. So yeah, yet to be determined, I guess, is the best answer. But lifetime is a mistake for companies long term. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I can't really comment much on some of the business side of things, but in general, it doesn't seem like a good idea. Seems great for people that want it, though, you know? $5 ad for a second account would be sweet. Yeah, maybe. But, I don't know. Wouldn't that make boxing more prevalent? Not that it's a bad thing, right? Because we have servers for boxing, servers for no boxing, so. Yeah, no worries, Jen. It's cool. Like, I get it that people got it for those other games. High tier harvesting tools. Oh, higher tier harvesting tools. Yeah, I think so. Tiering some more things in general, I think, would be fun and more progressive, like in terms of having more progression to do, and like earning those milestones feels good, especially if they have like an increased effect, or like, oh, I can mine faster, or I can get an additional yield, or you know. And especially if you could get like some special name dropped ones. So I'll write it down as something to consider, at least like at a base level where it's like, you know, you're improving the material of the like harvesting tool or what have you. We definitely intend to tier some more of the stuff. Like I was thinking about stone. I think we're gonna tier stone. But I think maybe it makes sense to not tier certain things, or just have like different things that they craft into instead of having like a tier necessarily. So everyone who game the system, if there's a cheap way to add on, yeah, I could see that. Thoughts on making the lumberjack axe one-hander so I don't have to take them off my offhand every time? Yeah, so I saw some chatter about like it being pretty inconvenient to like have to equip it, and then, you know, that one's two-handed, and then there's also yeah, having to equip it especially when you have multiple. It's something I want to discuss with the team and say, like, does this feel like bad quality of life if we do something different here, or, you know, it's just how it's set up right now. But it's something to discuss for sure. I'll put it on my list. AOA gathering is geniusly amazing. Yeah, I was running around with Sean in the AOA playtest a little bit, and their gathering and crafting is really, really cool. I really like the gathering, like the beehives and all that stuff. Like, that's really, really neat. I don't mind putting it on. The two-hand drives me nuts, though. Yeah, it's because you take both items off and then equip it. It's an extra step. It's kind of annoying. Any thoughts on a cartography skill? Drawing your own maps to use in game. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, and it's been talked about a lot. It's like something that we'd like to do. It's just when do we prioritize it and like how do we do it right? Because in the absence of it, I still think it's cool that community members get to make maps and stuff like that. But I think it would be cool and appropriate for the game. I don't think it's necessarily like the worst thing, but it should probably be earned. But he fell through the world. In fact, one of our lucky alpha winners fell through the world, so we're gonna have to go assist them. Oh no. That's not good. Yeah, that can happen in Fallen Path. That's been happening semi-recently. We gotta figure that one out. Better bug report that? Yeah, it's known. Oh, going to the beach with Quados. Okay. Oh no. Is Quados also? Here. Oh, let's see. Hopefully I did the right thing. Alright. Leaving you guys to your own device. The respawn amounts and times for nodes is rough. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Gotta take a look at that. Is it different from Night Harbor to other zones? Yeah. We could definitely take a look. Is it the respawn cadence or just like number of nodes that can be up, or is it just like not enough spawn locations? Struggling to find ore? Yeah, and there's a lot of people out there looking, so. Okay. We'll take a look. About snap aggro for Shadow Knight, having a really hard time for some monk. Monk not taunting, we have similar gear and weapons, but I can't hold the mob on me. Full dotted weak. Close to level 16. Is the monk feigning? But in general, like, maybe monk has something that's like too high threat, or Shadow Knight just doesn't have a good threat dump. But I would at least recommend the feign to be, or the monk to be feigning on cooldown. Yeah, definitely do that. Then you might not have a problem. But looks like Quados has been teleported to a safe location. God damn that resin, yeah. Here's my inventory. Got a bunch of resin just sitting in here. I'm such a murder hobo, like I don't like have anything. Like, look at me. Rations, water flask, bone chip, wood, resin. Whatever this item's for. And then I got some decent items, I guess. I got int stuff. I'll take handouts on Krivia. That is true. I will. Oh, I got the Wormsbane cloth boots. I've got Shawl of Piety. Got some wool. Oh, I got the messy voodoo doll and measure stick, so I'm not doing too bad. Like I'm 30 on Necro. That's cool. Lead disc from the Quarry quest. Oh right. How come the Ashira are so cute? Because Goblin likes making cute characters. And so does Zukin likes making cute characters too. That's why. Love the cuteness. We also love like bloody like metal like I can't wait to like cause don't we have like dead Ashira and stuff? Like we need like Ashira heads and stuff. We gotta take all that cute stuff and butcher them. I think that kind of is the equilibrium of these kind of vibe of games and art styles. What kind of music do you listen to? I listen to all kinds of stuff, honestly. I like game music, classical music. It's like, you know, modern music. Like, I don't really have a specific genre that I like. Like 90s music for sure. Definitely 90s and early 2000s because that's when I grew up. Favorite EQ zone? I want to say like Soul B. I like Nagavan's Lair a lot, but there's so many good zones. It's hard to say, but that's the one I always go back to. That's like sticks out in my memory. Country and Western? I mean, depends. But I don't tend to go into country and Western. Black Bro was so good. Yeah, Crushbone was up there for me. Like, I really like Crushbone. I love how small and simple it is, but like how well designed it is and how cool the POIs are and the Screaming Mace quest and the fact that the Screaming Mace quest had different components that you turned in that were all individual named drop, like quest item. Well, two of them are the drops, and then you can convert them into another item, like the Prayer Cloth of Tuner, and then just have that item. Like, that was cool. That was so good. I want to like put in a quest like that in M&M, or quests that use similar concepts at least. And then the fact that the quest NPCs are like prisoners in the dungeon, in a way, like, I don't know, it's such a good dungeon, such a good quest, and I love how they did the name drops in there. Just felt like a good zone, and it's just such an iconic zone in terms of people who played EverQuest, especially elven characters. I was a Wood Elf main, so that's my childhood, you know. So I'm biased for sure, and I'm sure a lot of you are biased too towards your experiences. Like if you were a barbarian main, Black Burrow was probably your shit, right? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe you wanted to get the hell out of there. But so what bonus do campfires actually provide? They provide a 15% experience buff, and they allow you to cook at them. And they also provide as a light source. Wood Elf Bard for you? Oh. Yeah, I was a druid. Crushbone Keep Bridge farm is peak EQ experience. Yeah, I love the Crushbone Keep Bridge because you've got Legionnaires, which are like typically a little bit higher level than your group, but then you've got a ton of Centurions that are like blue, and you're just pulling those fuckers in. Excuse my language. And you've got, you know, you're just slaying them, and there's a ton of spawns, and you're able to get a lot of them, and they go down fast. But then you've got the occasional Legionnaire, and or God forbid, like the Taskmaster or an Emissary or an Oracle or something that pops up, and there's some train potential over there, so it could get sketchy, and it's a nice cozy camp, and it's such a small zone, but it's so simple and so good. I love it. Love EverQuest. Perfect spot for low-level, well-oiled machine belt rotations. Yeah, belt rotations. That's something too. Is like I've been so skeptical about quest items, but I so much love the crush bone belts. I so very much love them. Um, so I think we should get quest item experience probably rolling again, but make sure that there's some safeguards on it, and but also just make, like, I don't know. I think it'd be good for us to kind of secretly do this so that people can't really figure it out ahead of time and like strategize for it. That's kind of been one of the reasons why I've kind of just nerfed a lot of stuff and kept a lot of stuff consistent. I'm sure there is some quests. Somebody brought up some quests that you can get to a few levels pretty quickly, but I don't know. It might fall off pretty fast. But yeah, I think it'd be cool to have that stuff because it creates an economy, the crush bone belt economy, the crush bone pad economy. That stuff is great because it allows you to, like, oh, I'm gonna go farm these things and sell them. Like, this is how I'm gonna make money to get enough plat to fund my blacksmithing, or I'm gonna buy my spells or get some gear for my alts. Like, it's just cool. I like it. I think it's awesome. Greater Lightstones, yeah. The quest is like 12 hours grinding in a single spot if you're not lucky. Nick Hot's strategizing like split paw on green. Yeah. Well, because people, like, they just look at, they know EverQuest. It's a known quantity, right? So there isn't a lot of fun in the discovery anymore. It's just like people with knowledge are just gonna be better because of just knowing about these things. But if it's like a new game, a new world, and new quests, and people don't know the XP values, then I think it becomes a little bit more interesting. And part of the other reason too is I really want the quest turn-ins to be something that you do for faction as well, and like offering greater factional rewards and stuff, especially at lower levels and as you progress through the game. So that was another reason for kind of like being like, oh, we don't need too much of the XP, but the XP is cool as well. It's nice to get a little boost here and there, especially when the level grind can be so daunting. So I don't think there's too much harm in it. It's just doing it right, and I don't want to half-ass it. I want to do it right. Crushbone pelts, shoulder pads for common land or camps were great. Wisp lightstone turn-ins, always making the grind feel like there's more to it when you're done farming. Yeah. Thoughts on Zem? So there is a form of Zem. I mean, but it's more standardized. Like, it's not like, oh, Telekir has this Zem and Wormsbane has this Zem, right? There's kind of more of general Zems based on types of zones. So I won't reveal like how many different types that are considered, and that may change. It could increase, it could decrease the different types of zones and whatnot. But in general, that's how it works. And if there's a super need down the line where it's like, wow, this dungeon just maybe there's another way we can find that we can balance that out. Zem is one of the levers we can pull, but it wouldn't be my first choice. Definitely balance and itemization come to mind first, but I think Zem is a powerful lever, and we do utilize it already. It's just more for the type of zone, more specifically than the specific zone. Why is nighttime so long? It just is, man. I don't know. If nighttime is bothering you, I would suggest getting light sources or checking out the new gamma slider under graphics, gamma, brightness. I got 100 on 100 right now. I can see perfect. And when I was doing the last playtest, I'll show you what this looked at like at nighttime. Okay, that's a little bit exaggerated. It looked like this, pretty much. I was forced to have a torch. But, you know, I'm a little bit sad about the, like, I think the gamma slider was needed, but I also am a little bit sad about it, because the vision for this game was to have dark nights. And we're not done with the gamma slider. We're going to probably clamp it so that it's not like just a full cheat code kind of brightness, right? We want you to use torches. We want you to use lanterns. But there needs to be a balance to all of this, right? So, and hardware configurations, just the nature of hardware, yeah, and it's a difficult thing to accomplish. A consistent experience for everybody. So we're gonna keep working towards making the gamma slider feel good. But you know, there were already ways to kind of cheat the system, right? This just makes it easier, and maybe that is, you know, I question it a little bit, but I think that. But I was also in support of adding the gamma slider, so it's not like I'm against it at all. I just running around, at least in this early state of the gamma slider, makes me feel a little bit sad. NVIDIA control panel will always exist, yeah. Rust has a way to stop it from working with Unity? Oh, Rust developers gotta slide in your DMs. No, I'm sure our tech guys can, you know, figure that out, but I wasn't really aware. Is it true the Green Castle is getting closer to NH each day? Is it N9? Yeah, I think it might. They have fixed Dark Knight. Reshade was used to cheat, but it's been banned also. Interesting. I wonder if they're able to do that without, like, too intrusive of a process, like, what's their anti-cheat like? Stuff like that. Let me make a note about that. Reshade was a big problem in Hunt Showdown too. Did they fix it in that game? Use Reshade to get rid of the bloom because the game feels like it's covered in a butter filter. That you remove bloom. Yeah, see. Okay. You guys planning to ship with anti-cheat of any kind? That's more of a question for Ollie, and I don't know that how much we want to reveal in that department. But we do take security and anti-cheat seriously. Thoughts on a Goblin City? Can't really give many thoughts because I already know what the Goblin City is, so... And I think it's very goblin-y. and I think it's gonna be really fun for goblins. And I think there's gonna be some really cool goblin like areas in the game even before that comes in. Well, cool. Man, anyone have any final questions? I'm thinking about raiding out, dude. It's been 4 hours. I feel like my vocal cords need a rest. But hey, it'd be fun to do this. You know, I may do this again this weekend. This was kind of like a let's see how this goes kind of thing. This has been really fun. I need to get back to the actual game and get back to the petitions and get on top of issues and stuff. I thought I was going to be able to multitask, but you guys provided so much, so many questions and whatnot. But it's so fun to talk to you guys. I love doing this. This is why I fell in love with streaming. Is I was always kind of a question answer kind of guy. When are we gonna do a team stream playtest? Yeah, dude. Hey, let's do something this weekend, man. If you're down to clown, we can just like do some kind of group stuff. Yeah, I was thinking about it on the way in. I was like, man, it'd be cool to just like, even if it's not playing the game, it was just like you and me in Slack or something, just chatting. I think it'd be cool. I want to do more like group team streaming and stuff, and just, you know, shooting the shit and talking about the game with more than just me, because, you know, got a lot of great minds on the team, so it's cool to get other people's input. I don't know that we have one philosophy or one you know, project management methodology that we use. You know, we take inspiration from a couple different things, but we're pretty freeform. Thanks for sharing. Been waiting for 22 months to watch you stream. Yeah, it's been a while. I appreciate the subs, by the way. Thank you, Dragon, USMC. It is really cool to get on Twitch and talk with y'all. What is the level cap? 60. You could get 60 in this fairy test if you put in enough time. There's multiple 60s on the closed alpha, as I mentioned earlier. Obviously, there were some balance issues that made it easier for them to get to 60. And, you know, some people may have been messing with some exploits. I don't have confirmation or anything, but something that I've always been a little curious about. I've been keeping an eye on that a little bit more on closed alpha. I actually had to kick some people out of the alpha for exploiting, botting and stuff. So if you're into alpha or in this playtest, please don't bot. Please don't exploit. Like, I'm gonna be looking for you, and I love you, but I will ban you. I'll kick you out, but then I'll probably feel bad. Just put it this way: it's not going to be good for you, but I'm not gonna have a fun time doing it. I don't have a fun time banning people. I feel bad about it, but I will do it. So no. I don't think they really need a sophisticated bot for what some of the, so some person wrote like a macro or bot to exploit something that's fairly simple to exploit. So I don't think it was like a sophisticated bot program, right? It's just like, yeah, I'll feel bad for at least several minutes, and then you know, I'll just kind of leave you on red. Sorry. That's why you should invite us old guys who don't know how to do that, just test stuff. Hey, trying my best to get you guys in. They start the bot detection strategies early. Yeah, we've got some good people that are way better than me at finding botters, like, and then like proving that they're botting. Oh man, yeah, you don't want to mess with some of our other guys. Me, I'm kind of a little pushover, but if I see you a serious disregard for the rules, I will definitely be sad and slightly angry. Isn't the majority of the alpha purpose to give feedback and improve, not hit endgame? What's the rush? Well, to be fair, a lot of people that hit the endgame and put that much time into the game also provided much of the feedback and bug reports. So those are some of the best testers just by the nature of them spending so much time in the game and providing so much value, you know? Like, those kind of testers can be really, really good. However, there are some of the testers that are just there to learn the game, break the game, probably not even report certain bugs. And it's hard to find out that the people are doing that. But when I find out that our people are doing that, I feel super betrayed and sad. Like, I'm like, oh man, I'm pissed and I'm gonna ban you, but I really wish it didn't come to this, because like I wish you just reported stuff instead of abusing it. So some of the 60s on closed alpha basically played 14 to 18 hours per day. Tons of it was playtime. Yeah. Give me an alpha key. I work from home with no life. Your game for testing. Will no life your team. You gotta win. You gotta win the contest. Or you gotta send me a compelling argument on Discord. But yeah, I don't know. Stick around. You know, like I'll do some more streams. I'll do some more giveaways, and yeah. All right. I think it's time to raid out. I don't even know how to raid out. Last time I raided out, it was called hosting. You guys remember hosting? Let me see who's in the category. Oh, yeah. This is a no-brainer here. Yeah. So let me... Alright guys, thanks again for tuning in. I'll try to make this happen again this weekend. I'm going to try to get back on the petitions and see what's going on in Slack. So, bye for now, but it was a lot of fun. And hope I got some of your questions answered. I made a nice list of some of your requests and feedback and advice. So I'll be taking a look at that and consolidating that with some of my other lists and bringing it to our attention, to the team's attention. So again, thank you, and we'll be rating Quatos. So say hi to Quatos, and yeah, thanks again for tuning in, and thanks again for playing Monsters and Memories. The reception and the amount of people playing has been so great to see. So thank you so much. And yeah, let's get the raid going. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you in game. Gotta get some food.